يتحدث عن مستقبل التعليم المدمج في القرن 21. شكرا لكم جميعا، وسوف أتأكد. هذه ليست صورتي ولا ليس لي فكرة صورة من هذا الشخص، أعتذر عن هذا، ولكنني متحمس أن أكون هنا لأن بعض المحتوى الذي سوف أقدمه هو يتطابق ويتماشى مع رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية، مع فرصة لأن نعزز بعض المعارف التي استخدمناها، وأن نساعد على دعم جهودكم في البحث عن مستقبل التعليم حين يتكلم عن التعليم المدمج. إذا عدنا إلى الوراء قليلا، جميعا اختبرنا الجائحة. ما الذي لاحظناه في الجائحة؟ أن التجربة التعليم كانت الأقوى التي شهدتها في حياتي، وأتمنى أن لا نختبر شيئا مثل هذا مرة أخرى. أحضرت معها تحديات أكاديمية، وعرفنا أنه بداية من الجائحة شهدنا الكثير من الأشياء التي تغيرت. هناك أشياء أطلقت ولم نكن نراها قبل الجائحة. هذا شيء هي قصة جميلة لكي نرويها، لأننا الآن في مكان مختلف، وبعد بعد الجائحة نحن في مكان مختلف تماما عما كنا عليه قبل الجائحة، أكاديميا وعالميا اجتماعيا. هناك الكثير من التغييرات. واحدة من هذه أفكار التغيير تنظر إلى منطقة قوى العاملة، وكما ترون إلى هذه الإحصائيات فتجدون أن فكرة تغير القوى العاملة فيما يتعلق في الحالة السياسية للعالم، وأيضا إعادة التفكير بالعولمة وتغيير السكان، كل هذا لديه أثر. وتأخذ قوى التغيير هذه وتعيد توجيهة كيف سوف يكون القوى العاملة وسوف تكون بالمستقبل مقارنة مع الجائحة. هذه الشريحات تمثل فكرة أن البلدان المختلفة حول العالم وكيف ستكون الأعمال اليوم مقارنة بما ستكون عليه في المستقبل. هنا تمثل البلدان التي نامية، وفي الأسفل تجدون البلدان المتطورة. في أستراليا هناك احتمالية أن جزء من الأعمال التي سوف ترونها الآن سوف لن تكون موجودة ربما في المستقبل، وهذا يعطينا فكرة أن نبحث في فكرة التعليم المدمج. ما الذي نريد أن نفكر به كمؤسسات في المملكة العربية السعودية؟ نركز على السكان السعوديين، ونركز ما الذي نريد أن نفعله بشكل مختلف. ما هي الحالة الآن وما الذي سوف نختبره في المستقبل؟ فبالطبع سوف يكون شيئا مختلفا. فكرة أن نعطي المؤسسات الدعم حتى تستطيع أن تتكيف مع ما يريده الطلاب والمهارات التي يحتاجون أن يكتسبونها الآن، هي تحدي كبير. هذا تحدي كبير جدا. إذا عدنا وبدأنا ننظر إلى الشركات في القوى العاملة، هناك الكثير من المعلومات الداخلية التي نستطيع أن نحصل عليها والأفكار. وحالما نفعل هذا علينا أن نسأل سؤالا: متى ستعود الأشياء إلى الشكل الطبيعي؟ وسئلنا هذا السؤال كثيرا منذ أن بدأت الجائحة، وكانت الإجابة أنها تتغير بشكل دائم، ولكن أعتقد أن هناك شيء اعتيادي جديد وليس سيكون ذات الشيء الذي اختبرناه قبل الجائحة. إذا نظرنا وتحدثنا إلى حول الطلاب وكيف كانت تجربتهم التعليمية خلال الجائحة، فهذا هو منظور عالمي. أريد أن أتأكد أن هذه البيانات ليس بالضرورة أن تمثل المملكة العربية السعودية، بينما هو منظور عالمي، وهناك مئات عشرات البلدان حول العالم طلبوا مننا هذه البيانات. ويقولون أن التجربة كانت سيئة، وهي أكثر شيء سيء اختبرته في حياتي. ولكن إذا عدتم خطوة إلى الوراء وبحثتم في هذه الإجابة سوف تكون أن هناك شيء حول علاقة الحب والكراهية. ولكن هناك أشياء حبوها، واحدة منها هي المرونة. فتسألون ماذا يريد الطلاب من تجربة التعليم وما الذي تعلموه خلال الجائحة؟ هل هي المرونة التي فتجدون هنا عدد السكان العالم قالوا أن أهم شيء هو المرونة، وهذا حقيقة رقم كبير لنركز عليه للمضي قدما، ومن أجل أن نستفيد من الأدوات والتي تساعدنا أن نعطي تدريسا وتعليما في المؤسسات. وكما ترون هنا ما الشيء المهم لهم هي فكرة المرونة في التعليم المدمج، وهذا ما نركز عليه الآن. ولكن هناك شيء آخر وجزء آخر لهذا، لأن قلتم أن التغيير في القوى العاملة التحول في الأعمال والوظائف يقف تحت أقدامنا الآن. فالآن نسأل سؤالا: ماذا يريد العاملون؟ إذا أخذنا هذه الشريحة سوف تدركون من النظرة الأولى أن قبل الجائحة 60% منا استيقظوا صباحا وذهبوا إلى العمل. الكثير منا فعل هذا. ولكن إذا أخذت هذا الرقم مقارنة مع الآن سوف تجدون أن هذا تغير بشكل كبير. 9% من القوى العاملة يريدون أن يعودوا إلى العمل بشكل دائم. 91% يحبون هذه المرونة في بيئة العمل. فإذا كنتم تطابقون رغبات الطلاب وتطابقون رغبات العاملون، فإذا هناك اندماجية بين الرأيين، وكيف أن المؤسسة تدعم هذه مهارات الطلاب من أجل أن تكون في القوى العاملة. أيضا لديكم السؤال: كيف يعمل أو يريد أن يندمج العاملون في القوى العاملة، وكيف أن الشركات كانت تدرب هؤلاء في المنظمات. الكثير من الجائحة والتدريب هذا حدث وجها لوجه، أو هذا التدريب حدث عن بعد. ومعظم التدريب الآن سواء كان يزيد الخبرات ويدعم القوى العاملة بدأ يحدث الآن أونلاين. فإذا هناك مفهومين، وهو التعليم ومفهوم الأعمال، يجتمعان مع بعضهم البعض. لا نريد أن نعرف ما الذي يقول الشركات فحسب وجهة نظرهم، ولكن نريد أن نعرف ما هي رأي المؤسسات في هذا. التوجهات الكبيرة التي تأخذها والتي تشعر بالأثر الكبير هي حول التعليم المدمج. الجزء الأكبر أو من التقنية والرقمنة في التعليم، تجربة التعليم تكمن في فكرة التعليم المدمج، وهذا يعني أن يكون أيضا بيئة العمل تكون مخصصة ومتكيفة من أجل أن يكون لديك نتائج إيجابية. ونحتاج إلى أريد أن أخذ دقيقة أو ثانية وأذكركم بالتعاريف التي كنا نستخدمها، لأنها أيضا تغيرت. قبل الجائحة كنا نستخدم كلمة مدمج كثيرا، والآن كنا نعتقد أن كلمة مدمج قبل الجائحة هي مختلفة تماما عن ما هي الفترة بعد الجائحة. حين تحدثنا قبل الجائحة عن التعليم عن المدمج، فهي كانت الصفوف التي هي افتراضية وفي ذات الوقت تكون مساعدة مع تعليم عادي. ولكن بعد الجائحة هي تجربة مختلفة تماما. لديك الجانب الذي تستخدم فيه
Students expect their classroom to not only be in person, but also virtually. So the definition has fundamentally changed when we talk about what hybrid is now post-pandemic. Because of that, the institutions globally have changed their outlook and focus on online learning. Everybody had to overnight, because of the pandemic, become experts in online learning. If they weren't before, they had to become very quickly because of that. So what that did for institutions, it drove up the supply of online learning, or idea of hybrid learning, which is great. Again, the biggest impact I've ever seen in my lifetime when it comes to education is what the pandemic brought about, especially driving institutions globally to become experts in online learning. It was an amazing phenomenon that you had millions and millions of teachers having to figure out technology overnight in order for them to deliver in the pandemic. But again, remember, if you look at the data points around students and what they want, they also recognize that they want more demand and flexibility in the experience that they have in their institution. So really mutually exclusive in a way, we saw this idea of the supply of online learning and hybrid learning increase, at the same time drive up the supply with how the students want to experience their education. And so what that did was it created this great wave around the globe of competitiveness of institutions and the drive to gain their student populations. So when you kind of increase the supply and demand at the same time, it really created this unique opportunity and competitive level set across the globe. And using that competitive wave analogy, it's basically like surfing. Because what you have is institutions now have a decision. Either they kind of jump on the wave and ride it and are successful because they recognize the future really looks at the idea of delivering a flexible, online, engaging experience in the hybrid sense. Or they can say, nope, I'm done with this changing and adjusting. I want to go back to what we did before. And what we believe will happen if they do that, if they stick their head in their sand and say, I don't want to deal with it anymore, they'll actually wipe out. So really right now, institutions have an opportunity to make a decision. Are they going to ride the wave and recognize that the trends across the globe are around flexible, hybrid learning? Or do they want to go back to what we did before? We hope that institutions ride the wave and take advantage of what's happening. But what does it look like? You know, how do you manage that transition? Because it's easy to kind of force feed institutions to have to deliver that type of training in a pandemic. But once that pandemic subsides and now they have to deliver in a natural kind of way, it changes it. So we need to be able to expand on what hybrid is. And what that is recognizing that the classroom is still key. Here's a picture of Princeton University's really famous classroom. You've probably seen this in movies. The classroom is a great experience. Teachers that are really good understand how to deliver content, deliver a great experience, how to read the room, how to see people if they're engaged, how to respond, how to slow down, how to speed up, how to make that experience very natural. And it's very important. The physical classroom can never go away. And we have a lot to learn about that. But what ended up happening in the pandemic is we took complete courses that we had before, uprooted those courses and dropped them in a platform like a traditional corporate meetings platform, and
ولم تكن تجري الأمور بشيء ناجح، ولم تكن ناجحة بالرغم من أن هذه الدورات لديها مخرجات
But what ended up falling down, what ended up making that experience very poor was the lack of engagement. That idea of reading the room, being able to connect with those out there, seeing their faces. It wasn't available, and what ended up happening was there was a drop-off in a lot of what happened in the course. So you saw there was a lower connection. The student and teacher connection didn't exist. Students really couldn't even connect with each other. There was a huge drop-off in that engagement. We also saw just the lack of interest. And because of those drop-offs, what ended up happening was there were grave consequences. Test scores went down. the quizzes went down, the overall grades went down, which is not a great outcome. And what ended up happening is those attitudes, when you then polled students, end up becoming very negative. And we had to get beyond that kind of negativism and figure out what is going on. So what we want to do is we want to take this idea of the in-person, that high-quality classroom environment, and connect it with that hybrid activity and bring those together and create a very flexible but high-quality delivery. What we feel that is actually a high flex environment. It's kind of like an expansion on what online learning is. Taking that high quality in-class experience, connecting it with a lot of that flexibility that the online the pandemic brought to us, and bringing it into a modality called high flex. Harvard's a great example. They're embracing this wholeheartedly. And there's a lot that they're doing that allows them to be able to provide that opportunity to move into more of a high flex modality. They're Harvard. They have that experience. And they have the resources to do it. But we also want places like the public schools in Jamaica to have that same opportunity. This is not just for the Ivy Leagues of the world. This is for everyone. In order for it to become more accessible and valuable, we can't just focus on the Ivy Leagues. We got to be able to look at everywhere. But it doesn't stop there. It also sits in the corporate boardrooms and in the training, because we also want to be able to provide that same skill set, upskilling and reskilling and providing lifelong learning to them, because we see that trend not only, again, sitting in the higher ed experience, but also both in the corporate sense, where they want that flexibility. They want to be able to really ride that wave of what the pandemic has brought about. So we find really two problems with the idea of moving into a high flex environment. You need the right tools that are efficient and scalable and really easy to use. Luckily, we kind of got this covered. That's what we do at class. We've spent millions, tens to hundreds of millions of dollars that we're spending now to provide the best-in-breed tools for you to be able to cover that piece. But that's kind of the easy part. The hard part is the second one. What strategies do you as an organization need to deploy and employ to be able to have a successful experience? If you poll the institutions around the globe, and what they see is kind of barriers to improve that digital experience, really two things come to mind. One is being able to train the teachers. I think this is something that, being in the LMS space now for in the ed tech space for 23 years, a huge barrier for success is really getting the teachers on board, right? And feeling they're comfortable and capable to use the technology. But not only do you have to train the teachers, you have to manage how that change management takes place in the institution. You can't just throw the technology at them, give them all the different buttons to click. You have to make sure that their experience is positive and supportive around how the institution wants to kind of move in that same direction. So those are the two things we need to look at. But historically, it's been kind of hard to see that into that black box of the course, really understand what's happening in the course. And what do I mean by that? Historically, the inputs that we've been using to recognize what's happening in the course are very static. The title of the course, how many students are in the course, how long the course is happening in the syllabus, what content's delivered in the course. Then the results are very similar to the inputs, very basic. The final grade, who ended up staying in the course, and maybe some type of result or survey that's delivered after the course. That's very hard to really gain any type of insight in how we can help support change in dealing with shifting an institution into a high flex environment. So what we see now with a tool like class is it completely upends that.
أشياء مختلفة. الإحصائيات والتحليل الذي نحصل عليه هي أهم بكثير وأفضل بكثير وأكثر ثراء من التي كنا نراها مسبقا. أدركنا أيضا أنه يجب علينا أن نتبنى ثقافة التحسين المستمر والتطوير المستمر، لأننا إذا أخذنا هذه التقنية ورميناها وهذا ليس ناجحا. هنا بعض من البيانات التي تريدنا التقنية أن يكون لدينا تفاعل أكثر مع الطلاب. ارفع كم هم عدد الطلاب الذين رفعوا أيديهم، هل كم يسألوا أسئلة، هل هم يتفاعلون مع المدرسون، وهل يحصلون على نتائج جيدة. فإذا كل هذا النوع من المعلومات تأتي إلى هذه المنصة، وبإمكاننا أن نمزج هذه الأرقام في نوع من أنواع البيانات وتظهر التفاعل وكيف يكون التركيز وكيف يكون المؤسسة وأن يكون لدى المعلمون من أجل أن نساعدهم دائما على بشكل دائم أن يطوروا. لدينا مناقشات عميقة مع المؤسسات من أجل أن يزودوا بيانات، صفحة بيانات، شريحة بيانات مثل هذه تحوي هذه المعلومات، ونتأكد أنهم يخدمون ليس طلابهم فحسب ولكن أيضا أعضاء هيئة التدريس. هذا لا يحدث بين ليلة وضحاها، ولا تستطيع أن تأخذ بذرة وتضعها في التربة وتضع لها أسمدة طبيعية وفي اليوم التالي تتوقع منها أن تكون كبيرة ومثمرة. الأشياء تأخذ وقتا حتى تتحقق. حقيقة ما الذي فعلناه هو أننا فصلنا ما يفعله المؤسسات الأخرى أيضا. المعلومات التي لدينا هي 3 خطوات. الأولى هو أن يكون لديك مرحلة المرونة، وهي التي تعني أن تحول المؤسسات والكورسات لشكل أن لا يكون الطلاب أيضا متفاعلون في الصف، ولكن أن يكون لديهم أيضا الفرصة لكي يأخذوها أونلاين. هي خطوات بسيطة وليست تحولا تقنيا، ولكن حالما هذا تجري. الشيء الثاني الذي تركز عنه هو أن تخلق شيئا من الموازنة بين النشاطات التي هي أونلاين أو محاكاة لما يجري في الصف الحضوري. لا تستطيع كما أقول لك أن تقوم بعملها بين ليلة وضحاها. مجددا لا تستطيع أن تحصل على شجرة من بذرة خلال أيام قليلة، فالأشياء تأخذ وقتا كي تنضج. ومن أجل المرحلة الأخيرة هو أن يكون مرحلة الجودة، هي أنك أن تطور المناهج الدراسية وأن تكون لديك جودة رائعة. من أجل أن تكون لديك فرصة هذه البيئة الهاي فليكس عليك أن تحرص على أن تكون تطورا باستمرار بسرعة. دعونا ننظر إلى الأدوات التي نستخدمها من أجل أن نحصل على هذه البيئة. لدينا المحادثة والصوت ومشاركة الشاشة والفيديوهات والتسجيل. تعتقد أن كل هذه الأشياء متشاركة بين المنصات المختلفة، ولكن ما الذي فعلناه هو أننا أحضرنا سمات بيديكولوجية للصفوف الافتراضية. فإذا لديكم مسرح، لديكم حضور، ونحن نركز اليوم فهذا الشيء الذي يبدو عليه الصف. شيئين تحفظونها في عقلكم. على اليسار تجدون أن لديكم المسرح، فالمدرس دائما هنا، فأنا أعمله في طريقة الصف. وأيضا لديكم هناك متحدثون. إذا أنا أحضرت 3 أشخاص لكي ينفذوا معي فأنا أستطيع أن أفعله بذات الوقت.
And then they go and they're gone back into the gallery. If I want to have them focus just on me, I can go move into a privacy mode, and I can turn the videos off for each of the students, so they're not seeing other students, they're only seeing me. Allows me to really drive the attention and the focus that I want them to have as I deliver the course. But let's take a look at that sidebar real quick. So I'm going to go back here. If you look on the left side, we have this sidebar. And if we drill down into the sidebar, we have another feature that allows me to employ some strategies around focus. So you see these little eyes, right? Those eyes represent a student that has moved away from the application. And I recognize as more eyes pop up for me, I'm losing the attention of the class. So I need to employ for Serena and for Rosa a new strategy to help bring focus back and attention back into the class. So what I can do is, in a traditional meeting platform, you can give reactions. You can say, raise your hand and give a thumbs up and do all those different reactions. But what we have done is we've actually built in personal reactions. So we can actually have the students give personal feedback or reactions to the teacher. So if I want to gain insight on and how the class is feeling and kind of bring them back into focus, I can poll them, I can ask them questions, but they don't have to raise their hand and tell everybody else what they're feeling. They can just give it to me. So I can receive rich, robust, directed feedback to me as a teacher to make sure I'm reading the room correctly. I know what's happening, so I can adjust my delivery. I can speed up, I can slow down, I can change my content. All that makes it available in the tools we have. So just to kind of round things out, because I'm running out of time here, what we've done is we've looked at this idea of high flex, and that's bringing the flexibility of online learning and the tools that are available with the quality of online learning or quality of in-class learning, molding that with data-driven decisions along with that continuous improvement to hopefully give outcomes that are more engaging and better for the institutions. Because when we do that and we recognize that opportunity of using this technology in a way that's going to both give value to the institutions, but ultimately give the opportunity to students to learn the right skill sets and prepare them to be successful in the workplace, what we have done is created a unique opportunity that we believe the whole is greater than the sum of all these small little different parts of the technology themselves. And that is something that we believe is a great opportunity for institutions to not only just deploy new technology and new exciting things that are fun, but when they look back, they recognize that the process they've gone through has given them a unique perspective on how to support their student populations. And so we believe if you do that, and yet the opportunity you have right now to make a decision on embracing high flex and the technology to deliver that, you will be on that same wave that we are. And we hope that you'll do that and you'll have a successful experience doing it. And we're excited to be part of not only this event, but hopefully your path and your wave that you're riding right now in delivering that. And I thank you for the time. Here's my information. And we're also around in the BME booth if you want to speak to us more about what we're doing specifically, not only for your institution, but also around the world. We're happy to answer those questions and want to thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Baker, for sharing your ideas with us. I really didn't want your allocated time to run out. Please stay with us here on stage. We would like to present you with a small token of appreciation. فلتتفضل سعادة وكيلة الجامعة للتخطيط والتطوير والجودة سعادة الأستاذة الدكتورة ميساء القرشي للتسليم الدرع.
Thank you.
Now, with our third panel, who will be discussing digital transformation of inclusive education. Ms. Torrent, Secretary General, International Council for Open and Distance Education, will chair this panel tonight. Please join us on stage.
Thank you very much for the invitation to chair this panel session on the International Day of Education. I feel very privileged to be able to do this today under the theme to invest in people, prioritize education. The topic of our discussion is digital transformation of inclusive education. What do we mean by inclusive education? It means that everyone should have access to education and learning on equitable terms, which is not the same as equal. In reality, it means that if someone is already excluded due to existing unfairness or discrimination, injustice must be addressed and amended to obtain inclusiveness. As I mentioned also in my introduction yesterday, distance education has historically had the purpose and strength of offering inclusive learning opportunities to people who otherwise would be deprived of education. For example, it could be adults who never completed school and needed a second chance, or a single parent not being able to leave the family to go to university, rural populations, disabled learners, and so on. The digital transformation has first of all allowed education to go online, and thereby offering an immense flexibility for large populations. Although many, as we also talked about yesterday, are still excluded. So in order to maintain the principle of inclusiveness from distance to online education and e-learning, what should we focus on? How do we engage students of different ages and various backgrounds into interactive and engaging learning experiences? Which technologies and methodologies can particularly reach broader populations, and why? What kind of insights and data can we retrieve through these technologies, and how do we ensure personal privacy, data protection, and ethics in education? Can we ensure scalability and quality in online education at the same time? These and similar questions will be addressed to today's excellent panel for the topic. So with me today, I have live on stage, first of all, Mohammed Al-Madani, CEO of Classera.
Thank you.
And yes, an applause, thank you. And the panelists joining us virtually today are Asud Altintas, CEO and founder of Twin Science. I hope you hear the applause. Baltasar Fernandez Manchon, who is professor from Universidad Complutense de Madrid.
Hello.
And Brooke Negusi, CEO, eLearn Africa.
مع السلامات.
I will now give the panelists 5 minutes intervention each. I'm going to be strict on the time, guys, because I want to have some time at the end for some questions too. So you'll each have 5 minutes. Please introduce yourself first, tell a little bit about your work and your introduction to the theme. So we'll start with Mohammed. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the great intro, and very happy to be with you here. Assalamu alaikum to everyone here as well. And thank you for the Electronic University for organizing such an amazing event. We're proud to be a partner and a sponsor of this event. Classera, as some of you may know, is the biggest edtech company when it comes to the MENA and part of Africa region, working in over 35 countries. And we started, many of us know us as a company that started in the US in San Francisco, but since the beginning we had a focus in emerging market. How can we revolutionize e-learning? How can we revolutionize the engagement when it comes to the learning process? We started from day one of how to make learning process. We want to make the learning process more inspiring, more personalized, more collaborative, using gamification, AI, and social learning. We got to see some of the interesting results that we're going to share with you in today's presentation and session. And we were honored to serve more than 10 ministries of education as learning platform, and we have served all categories. I mean, we call them K to grade, from kindergarten to schools to universities to corporate training, in what we called our LSP, or the Learning Super Platform, that have a gamified learning system and a payment solution, a marketplace for education products, and much more. A lot of experiences, a lot of stories that we have seen from emerging market, especially in MENA, Africa, APAC region. We'll discuss some of that in our inclusive education discussion today, and so look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very quick. Okay, I'll then pass the floor to Asud Altintas, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Turun. And thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I wish I would be there, but I couldn't manage my travel, so thank you. I'm Asude, one of the co-founders and CEO of Twin Science. So our story started 13 years ago in an NGO, in a non-profit organization in Turkey, which is called Young Guru Academy, YGA. And I was studying university, and I attended YGA as a volunteer. And during the weekend, we traveled all around Turkey and made science sessions in the disadvantaged areas. So we worked in refugee camps, underprivileged schools and orphanages, and we worked with more than 20,000 children to make them love science, increase the quality of STEM education in the disadvantaged areas. And our aim was to develop double-winged leaders and children. What do we mean by double wing? So on one wing, children should be competent, and on the other wing, they should be compassionate. So competency comes with STEM, technology, science, and compassion comes with universal values such as empathy, collaboration, caring each other. These kinds of universal values, these are very interconnected in our content. So we traveled all around Turkey, made these sessions, and to use in those workshops, we developed our science kits, Twin Science kits. And we also worked in visually disabled children. For them to use these science kits, we also made them available and accessible to blind people by adding the blind particles to our science kits. And we got beta awards and for change awards with these products. And after a while, we wanted to reach more children in our story, and we broadcasted a TV show on CNN Turkish channel. And it was, you can imagine, we were on TV every Sunday presenting science to children. Our aim was to reach as many children as possible. And it was a turning point for our story because lots of teachers, mostly from the disadvantaged areas, they started to ask, where can we buy your products? And we started to send, while signing a protocol with the Ministry of Education of Turkey, and we started to send them these materials because they needed them, these coding, robotics, electronic materials, because we had a science kit, includes electronic modules. Children can combine them with magnets, and they are all Lego adaptable. They can create their own robots. And they can work without computer and without any internet connection. So it's perfectly designed for disabled and disadvantaged children. So I think our story is, each step was developed after we got insights from the field, from these disadvantaged areas. So after the television show, we got high demand, mostly from the disadvantaged schools, as well as the independent schools and private schools. So we decided to spun off from the NGO that we were born in and established Twin as a startup and as an education company. And 2018 and 19, we were Turkey, Middle East focused, and at the beginning of 2020, we moved our headquarters to the UK to become a global educational company. And we named it Twin because we wanted to make all children equal in terms of science education. So far, we have 67 countries and more than 1,500 schools with products. and we got investment of £3 million as seed round investment. We developed physical kits and digital application, and we are a company right now. We are a for-profit company, but we named it Twin because we wanted to make children cool. So as we grow in terms of business and commercial side, we want to grow our impact side as well. This is why we are running the World Science Movement project, and we are still working with the Ministry of Education, Education ministries, and we are supporting public schools and state schools in the countries. Because maybe my last point can be about this, we want to help underprivileged children, not for the sake of helping them, but they are the ones who are experiencing the problems more. So they are the ones who will solve these problems. For example, I will give you an example from Turkey. There was a boy who was living in a village, and they had a problem with their water system, and trees started to dry up. And the boy developed a smart irrigation system for his village using the sensors of Twin Kits. And the smart truck detects trees and leaves water when it comes in front of it. Both saved the trees and provided efficiency in terms of irrigation and water system. So he was the one who was experiencing the water problem in his village, and he is the one who solved this problem with science and technology. So we need to equip these children with STEM so that they can develop solutions for sustainability. This is our understanding of inclusion. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasire, for that inspiring introduction. And now we'll move to Baltasar, please. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you very much for having me. And thank you, the Saudi Electronic University, for inviting me here. You can see my presentation. I will be talking a little bit about how specific technology, such as serious games, gamification, and analytics can contribute to this aspect. I mean, EduTech is not anymore an option for educational institutions. I work in a presential university, but still, I mean, the educational technology, e-learning system, a hybrid environment, it's prevalent in all the institutions. And this is really important. Now technology is disrupting all the educational processes, and COVID just was a catalyzer. I mean, that's advanced much the technology in education in all the situations. Schools, I mean, primary and secondary schools, high schools, and also in universities. Now, almost every university or educational institution has a learning management system or a new e-learning or hybrid platform. First, it has been video conference and e-learning system. Now it's artificial intelligence who's changing all the game with ChatGPT in the last weeks, but previously with Copilot for coding. So there is disruption provoked by technology. And this disruption is affecting the content creation, the student assignment, and the student assessment. So we need to change and adapt our institutions. We think that game technology could be the next game changer because with all the virtual reality, augmented reality, gamification, and everything, when it's being called multiverse approaches, can have a real impact in education. The thing is, we need, as we saw in the previous talk, we need to create more interactive and engaged environment and content for the students. I mean, there is this Zoom fatigue and all this aspect. So we need more experiential and more authentic learning environment. And serious games, simulations, and gamification can provide this secure environment for active learning, where our students are really engaged and need to apply knowledge, not only to acquire in a very passive way, but also to try in an interactive environment, learning from their mistakes, from their errors. I think that in-game technology allows for a better assessment. analytics and self-assessment, games are all the time taking into account user activities, and they are learning for adapting and for improving interaction, keeping the user engaged and involved in the activity. So, serious games are not only educational games as we can consider. They can also deal with very complex aspects, such as trying to change student thinking and behavior. For instance, how to contrast and how to fight bias. Or, for instance, we have used serious games for fighting cyberbullying in the schools. That is a very serious problem. Or fighting gender issues, or trying to attract girls to STEM, or improving coding learning. Gamified approach now can improve learning and user engagement, and it can be applied successfully to very complex domains. Usually, they are applied to those domains where there is more money involved. Let's say military, e-health, or business education. But it can be generalized to some other environments, and they can be successfully applied to attract new students. For instance, computer science, we need to attract more females because they are very good students, and we need to profit from their knowledge and their capabilities. For instance, one of the examples is the programming learning by School 42 that in Spain, Telefónica has generalized. It was an initial idea that appeared in Paris, later on in San Francisco, and now in Spain we have 4 schools. And of course there is the metaverse and all this virtual reality and augmented reality. Just for finishing, the thing is all this disruption needs to be done in using the inclusivity principles. Technology should contribute for improving things, respecting privacy and other things, and not to contributing to the digital divide. That means that we need to take some open issues, so the cost of authoring content life cycle, student accessibility, that was previously described, and of course, what is the new teacher's role and the new teacher training requirement for they can use this technology efficiently. And we need to create tools for helping them in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to the last intervention. Please, Mr. Brook.
Thank you, Professor Baltazar, and Ma Salamat to everybody. My name is Brooke Negussi, CEO of eLearn Africa. And our journey was quite interesting. We started in 2016 through the continent. And what we found was our main mission was to digitize universities. But when you start this process, you learn more from the field than the ideas that you bring onto the field. So we partnered with the Association of African Universities in 2016, and with the aim of creating digital tools to enable universities to be able to offer online education throughout the continent. In our journey, we have now onboarded 97 universities throughout the continent, some private institutions and some individual professors. Yearly, we're building about 150 to 200 courses, and with a attendance rate of 93% and completion rates of over 93% as well. The idea of building what we built was so much so student-centric, so that students had an ease to connect, and understanding the challenges throughout the continent of connectivity was where we made our system internet light, as most would explain it in the telco industry. We had to understand the realities of working with over 50 countries, 5 regions, different languages, and so you'll see an example here where it's in French. We integrated during the crisis of COVID, Zoom into our platform, and enjoy many testimonials from our students and professors. What we really have done is increased enrollments from students that would naturally not be able to make it to school for the realities of financial, family obligations, disability, and also offering content that students would never have access to. So the benefits of online education, we've seen it, and it has been something of a challenge that was before hard for us to convince professors and universities, and now it's being fully embraced. And so, and keeping it short so we have more time for discussions, that is my presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Okay, so now we will have time for some questions, and I will start with a few follow-up questions to each and every one of you. But please feel free to raise your hand and jump in if you want to comment on someone else's question, and we'll try to make this as a natural flow. I'm struggling with seeing you from stage, so I have to speak into the microphone. But I'll do as best as I can. Okay, we'll start with Mohammed. You have been working in over 30 countries. How would you describe the current situation of inclusiveness in education, especially in the emerging markets?
So that's very, very interesting because, as I told you, yes, even though we started in San Francisco in the Silicon Valley, we focus on emerging market, and we start to see different, type of, challenges and impact. But what we have seen when we start doing, this concept of LSP, of the Learning Store platform, with, as I said in the beginning, with gamification, AI, and social learning, we started to see the impact. And with emerging markets, actually, some of the, cities that we worked with surprised us even more. So some of the countries we worked with had some difficulties, challenges in the infrastructure. So we thought it would be some of the weakest in terms of engagement. We work in not just in countries like Saudi and the Gulf states, we work in countries in Africa, we're in the border of Yemen. So some of those countries, the engagement level in some of even smaller cities were, the engagement per student were higher than some of the cities with a big population or more developed infrastructure. Of course, for the students who did have infrastructure, some of them, I remember in the project when we did in the border of Yemen, students would go to some one house in the village that have internet connectivity, and they all connect from there. But they're super engaged in a way. Like in this, as I told you, one of the experiments we have done, they used to have normal schools, then they went to this virtual school that we helped them with, and the teacher and the parent started reporting how, they were interacting a lot more than even their normal, level before using technology. This generation, of course, their language, the way they speak is they speak technology. The way how they play games is different than playing games in 20 or 30 years ago. And that's why when you talk to them, education's supposed to talk to them in their language. So having technology, but not any technology. When you have gamification and trying to gamify the process itself, then you're going to get the best out of those students. Are going to include a lot more segments. So we started to see some of the students who normally in a normal classroom would be just in the back, not thinking of anything. Because of the gamification, you get to see them doing a lot more. So we have so many ways into how we've done the gamification. One of the examples, we have a scoring system that classifies students into green, gold, diamond, and then we get the companies and the local companies in each country to reward those students based on these points. So all of a sudden, we started seeing students going for the teacher, and about students in rural area even, going to the teacher and begging for another assignment. Why? You say, teacher, I have that many points to be a gold member. Can you give me just another assignment? Please, I just need this. So we start seeing the gamification work, and that includes students that would, in a normal setting, only the top students would compete. But when you apply gamification AI, you can even include some of the students who are playing, going in the back. Even about students who are with disabilities. We have seen in one of our experiments working with blind schools. So we have some blind students, and also they surprised us with their results. Their results are competing neck to neck with some of the normal students, because again, when you gamify the process, when it's a big game for them, when you put education, technology in a way that is very inclusive, it get some of those underprivileged students to do more than what they do normally. So I would argue, especially in emerging markets, actually the effect is even more. It's going to include a lot more layers of those students. It's going to include a lot more of the underprivileged students, whether financially, whether in disabilities. And we have seen it. We have seen it in some of the countries we worked with in Africa, some of the countries we worked with in Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, you name it. We actually, we were surprised in the pandemic time. Based on Alexa, which was one of the independent source, we had one of the highest engagement in e-learning industry globally. We got, actually based on that, an award. Microsoft, I guess, in their annual event, put us as the partner of the year, the best edtech company in the world in their portfolio, because of the engagement level that we have seen. And most of the countries we focus on are emerging markets. So that's what I would argue the case. So we need more of that, especially after the pandemic, and the need is there and the proof is there.
Thank you. I just want to pass it over to Asud now, because you also have a lot of field experience, and we've been working with more than 20,000 students, disadvantaged learners. Can you resonate with Mohammed's experience here, and can you say something in particular about why STEM education to disadvantaged children is important?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So, as you said, we work with more than 20,000 children in 45 cities. We build libraries in around like 145 libraries all around the world. And so far we have reached more than 500,000 disadvantaged children. So, and all the twin products developed with the insights of those children. We started our journey, as I told, with the physical kits, science kits, STEM kits, and we developed a digital platform to reach more children. And the philosophy was the same, developing their STEM skills, science, technology, engineering, math, and art skills, and inspire them to use their skills for sustainability, to solve the world's biggest problems. And we made a research because all the implementation, it was a huge effort, and we want to measure the effect. And we made a research with Ipsos, the third-party company, and it showed that the first three skills that children develop is curiosity, problem solving, and collaboration. And I think it's not just for the disadvantaged children, it's the solution, main solution that we need in education, because kids, or app, or maybe next AR, VR, these are all tools. But what we need to feed their lively curiosity, and then we need to develop their problem-solving skills with these tools. And I think I totally agree with Mohammed, because the gamification and game is a huge part of it. And in terms of your question, so if we are talking about inclusive education, we need to include certain groups. And as a woman, I'm more concerned with the behavior of young girls when visiting schools, because often they are a bit shy and afraid to even touch the modules because they are electronics. But after building an autonomous car in just 30 minutes, 35 minutes with their own hands, you should see how their self-confidence is increasing. So I think it's, instead of overloading them with lots of information as today, we need to create spaces where they can unleash the potential. With these experiences, I think, with building with their own hands, they will see that they are talented, they are enough, they can achieve, and they can change the world. And maybe secondly, another most important thing is the importance of role models. One of our advisory board members, Professor Gergraus, I think he's one of the speakers of your conference, he always says that children can only inspire and aspire to what they know exists. So we have worked with lots of children in disadvantaged areas, and at that time, what we have seen, children only wanted to become teacher, police, or doctor. So they are the main occupations and professions they see around them. And when we show them a role model, a solar engineer, a data scientist, or AI engineer, a new world open up for them. So therefore, we need to introduce role models to children so that they can see all the potential that lies ahead. And I think these are all the tools, the digital, physical, AR, VR, these are the tools of these main essence.
Thank you very much. Now over to you, Balta. As the researcher in the field of gamification and analytics, why is collecting data important in the perspective of inclusiveness?
This is a really important question, Laura. I mean, the problem is educational technology has been selling solutions for many years, and in some cases there has been some overselling. They say, we have already solved all the problems of education several times, but still the problems exist. And now we have a very powerful tool that is actually collecting the data, the actual data, not asking the student if they are happy or not, but seeing how they interact with the content, if they keep it interested, advancing or not. And we can do this self-assessment. So we can collect the data, we can analyze it in order to get actual insight of what is happening when you deploy technology in a school. And this is really important because accessibility is not only for the deprived people. We also have older people, we have people that does not master technology, or we have situation in some countries. We deploy games also in Mexico. I mean, the situation is completely different from Spain. Or even in Spain, we are cooperating with the Red Cross with underprivileged population. In some cases, technology will require expensive devices such as VR, AR. I mean, is all those devices accessible for the kids? I mean, how teachers are dealing with technology, this is really important. And this is why, I mean, analytics can be very, very effective, because that can also provide help to the teachers for knowing what is happening for the educator or even for the managers, what's happening when you deploy this technology. This is currently being correctly used. I mean, are students obtaining their goals into your courses, into your content? This is something that we need to use it. Also, there are many educational and serious games produced, but there are very, very few who have been scientifically validated with a large population. For instance, our cyberbullying game was tested with more than 1,200 students and teachers. And this is not common because it's far more expensive to prove that the game is effective than to create the actual game. So we need to profit from all the advantages that has been done in data science, for analytics, for analyzing students in terms also of standards, of pre-existing software modules that will help you in the process. Why? Because then we can actually know what is happening when you deploy technology in the classroom or in the e-learning environment.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Over to you, Brooke. How is digital inclusiveness in education a benefit for both the institutions and the students?
So from an institutional perspective, I think there's multiple ways to look at it. From an institution, it's an increase in student enrollment. So we'll see, in case scenario, we have a university where they didn't have enough seats for a master's program, so the online component was able to facilitate that, thus creating a win-win situation for the students being able to attend that master's program. From an engagement perspective, I think it's I think Professor Baltazar talks greatly about this, which is the data at the fingertips of the educators. And this type of data never existed before, especially in the continent. From a student perspective, again, is accessibility. And I work with countries like Nigeria where traveling between one side of Lagos to another could be a 2-hour trek just sitting in traffic. So these are I guess, the benefits on both sides that are easily attainable.
Thank you very much. And now a question to any of you who would like to respond. You have all been talking about compassionate learning, the need for interactive and engaging content, student-centric approach to education. What do you see as the biggest potential for education and learning with the digital transformation now and onwards? Starting with Mohammed.
Okay, yeah, I guess the potential is huge, not just because what we just mentioned, that it's going to include a lot more of the students that weren't involved normally in the traditional classroom. It will include the underprivileged in terms of the disabilities. But actually, the potential of digital learning with more use of AI and data mining, you can help the student, whether he's the top performer or the low performer, to be a better student. So we're working in many programs where we can give data to the student himself, to his parents, to his teacher, into how to better help that particular student, because personalization of learning is one of the biggest challenges. And throughout the ages, we wanted to solve that problem, but the teacher can do so much. If you have 20, 30 students, he cannot just give each one, understand the path of each one. Technology on the other side started already. It's not even a matter of when. It's already started to give this personalized path to a student. And we have seen it in an example. With Classera, we have done a program called Smart Mate. So basically, it will analyze all your strengths and weaknesses and start to give you some suggestion into where you should focus, where you should do more, what are you lacking. And you can see the difference, the impact on the students and the learner, and even his instructor, into where we could be more efficient. So basically, with the better use of data and AI, and especially with the AI is getting even more and more accurate, you can get more personalized experience and more efficient learning process into exactly what each student need, which at the end of the day going to be inclusive, because each student is different. There's a big spectrum, and what we really need is to give each student, each learner, his own learning experience at his own pace, and try to accelerate each student one at a time. Technology has started to do so. We start seeing that, and I think the best is yet even to come in this field.
Thank you, thank you. Any of the virtual panelists wants to add something to this? You have the chance for a last comment.
Maybe question with the audience.
I think that
Balta, please.
Sorry. Yeah, I think that data that is acquired from the use of the technology can provide a lot of solutions, but we also need to cater with which will be the role of the teachers, because you cannot ignore that teachers at the end are the facilitators in education. And if you want to have an impact, you cannot, you need to take it into account, teachers, and it's not easy for them, because we're expecting some magic happening with the teacher acquiring all the requirements and all the knowledge for effectively using technology, and it's not so simple. And also, the system now, I fully agree with Mohammed that the system allowed to cater with not only low-performing student, but also with a high-end student, because we should provide a more open environment where they can learn at their own path. For instance, we have a game for learning to programming in Scratch for the schools, and we cater for the people who is low-performing, for attracting also girls into STEM, but also for the other students who are overperforming, and if not, they will get bored. So this technology allows for catering for all the students, but we need to take into account the teacher. In that case, we provide support for the teacher so they can provide supervision and help to the students who are really struggling and don't understand the game technology, for instance.
Thank you very much, Balta. Any final words from Asuda or Brooke?
Yeah, maybe I can add to Baltazar, because I was also going to mention the same thing, the importance of reskilling teachers, because if we are talking about inclusive education, teachers are playing a huge role. And I think we are at the critical threshold regarding to our world about climate change and sustainability, and we need to take action. And what we need teachers and educators and ambassadors who want to be pioneer in STEM and sustainability education, because according to research, there will be 24 million green jobs by 2030. And so we should prepare children for this green world, green jobs. But to do this, teachers should give up what is existing, and they should have the courage to implement new solutions. To do this, they should develop their STEM skills, their technology skills, their digital skills, because by using, for example, VR, you can show a real world and you can educate children in terms of sustainability. You can enhance their imagination. So I think it's very important to upskill teachers. So if teachers develop themselves in STEM skills, they can also educate children and prepare them for the green jobs of the future.
Thank you very much, Asuda. 30 seconds from Brooks on your perspectives on the potential for the future.
I think everybody's captured AI. I think everybody's talking about upskilling of students, but I think the most important part that we're looking at is upskilling educators, because with educators being tooled is how students will also be tooled. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists. I certainly learned a lot from you all, and you've been very inspiring. So a big applause for the panel, and yes? And before closing, I just want to say that you all inspired me to be even more confident in my belief that open, online, and distance education is a key to achieve inclusive learning opportunities for all. We can all contribute to sustainable development by promoting and fostering open and innovative education through various modes of learning, by collaborating across borders and continents, for example, by attending an event like this, or by taking part in a global community and network of expertise, such as ICD, the association that I represent. We can contribute even more because we are learning together. So openness, sharing of best practices, and international collaboration is what makes education and learning sustainable. Global challenges need global solutions, which is why international collaboration is key. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate here today. I truly believe that we have a role to play, all of us, in transforming the world through inclusive education. The digital transformation has a huge potential for innovative and adaptive learning, both in a lifelong and life-wide perspective. We only need to make sure that no one is left behind, and then we can talk about sustainable education and lifelong learning for all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Turan.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for our online panelists, Ms. Asud, Balta, and Brooke. Thank you so much. For those of you who are here, you're most welcome. We enjoyed the conversation. For those of you who are here, please remain on stage. فليتفضل وكيل الجامعة سعادة الدكتور وافل بلوي لتسليم الدرع.
شكرا. شكرا لكم جميعا الحضور السيدات والسادة. الآن نأخذ وقتا مستقطعا استراحة لأداء الصلاة إن شاء الله تعالى، ثم نعود لاستكمال الجلسات العلمية لليوم الثاني، الجلسة الثانية والثالثة لليوم الثاني. شكرا لكم جميعا، شكرا لجميع المتحدثين. السلام عليكم. اوكي. سيدات والسادة، الآن نستكمل بقية أوراق العمل والجلسات العلمية. تفضل دكتورة حياة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good evening. Now moving on to our fourth keynote talk for this GTEL conference. We'd like to welcome Dr. Jennifer Mathis, the CEO of Online Learning Consortium. She will be talking to us about challenges and opportunities in learning and e-learning. Welcome, Doctor.
Well, thank you. I am so glad to be here. We were joking about this yesterday, but I'm here, my luggage is not, so you get me and all the fun. I did appreciate getting to see the shopping malls in Riyadh, though, so that was very nice. Okay, do we have the slides up? Here we go. Great. So, I'm going to be talking to you today about creating and sustaining a culture of e-learning quality. And I'm very excited to talk about this. This is one of my favorite topics when I work with institutions around the world. We talk about what they can do, what needs to be implemented to create a program that can grow and be a strong program for them for many years. So first, let me tell you about the Online Learning Consortium so you know why I'm up here. We are actually a collaborative community of education leaders and innovators dedicated to advancing quality online, blended, and digital teaching and learning experiences. We began in 1999 and have since become one of the leading professional learning associations internationally, with a focus on building community through professional development, events, research, strategic partnerships, consulting, and community engagement. With educators of all roles and experience levels as a part of our community, OLC supports community members in their quality journey, wherever they may be in that journey. So I want to start by saying, answering that question, what is digital or e-learning quality? Oftentimes when I do this talk with groups, I ask the audience for their input into what they think is quality in e-learning and what can help them create and sustain a e-learning program. And I get all kinds of answers. I get comments about looking at student completion rates, looking at student satisfaction, looking at grades. And those are all pieces that are important, so I don't want to say they're not, but any one of those by itself is not going to tell you if you have a quality program. So I actually started teaching in online and blended learning a few years ago. It's been a little while. And I was at an institution that allowed me to participate in a pilot program to be able to do e-learning, to do online for my students. And back then, when we were just experimenting with teaching online, we would hear from people who would say that they had expectations for what this online learning would be, right? That one day it would be global. A student would be able to sit down at a computer and take a course literally from anywhere in the world. Now back then, that seemed impossible. If you think back 25 years ago, what we found for these online courses is that a lot of them were very text heavy. So it was a lot of content that students would be scrolling through, multiple pages, things we know now are not good instructional design methods. They would maybe do some online discussions, and their homework would be submitted via email. So very, very different time, right? And our internet speeds were not anywhere near to what they are today. So the thought of courses and students being able to take these classes from anywhere in the world was kind of not something we thought could really happen. We knew that there needed to be a lot of changes before that happened. But we're here, right? The day of global competition for higher education is here. Today, there are countless examples of innovation and improvement in learning experiences that stand out from the mundane shoveling of textbooks into a learning management platform. Our learners are not only using the web to search and retrieve text-based content, but they're also engaging with videos, podcasts, apps on their mobile devices, simulations and simulators, AI, we've heard about ChatGPT a few times, VR, AR, etc. So teaching practices globally are definitely moving to online blended digital and flexible learning with the assistance of technology. So innovation can be found in education at all levels. All right, let's see if we can move forward. There we go. So first of all, we had our pandemic, right? And for many educators, that time, pre-pandemic and peri-pandemic, those forays into online learning were built from a translative model of simply taking that face-to-face course and trying to recreate it in a virtual environment. And that didn't work. We've heard from some of the presenters here talk about how students were dissatisfied, how faculty were dissatisfied with those environments. And there were many reasons for that. But first of all, let me state that what happened during the pandemic in most cases, it's a miscategorization. Calling that online learning, it's not really online learning, it was emergency remote learning or virtual learning. And it's important to make that distinction because a lot of times we hear about students who were not happy with their experiences, and there was a reason for it. They did not get to experience a true online course. And so when we talk to students or when we hear from students, we have to keep that in mind that if they just experienced emergency remote learning, it is very different. So what was missing during that time? One of the biggest or key pieces was that we hear that critical professional learning did not occur, or if it did, it was often rushed. When we were trying to move our teachers into the classrooms that were in a virtual environment, oftentimes they didn't have more than a week's notice, and they had to quickly switch over. So there was no time to give them the teaching and the tools they needed to be successful. And when they did get some professional learning, it was often based on the technology. So they learned how to use the platforms. They learned how to use the tools to support that virtual environment, but they did not learn how to teach in that environment. And that's a critical piece that was missing. We also saw that emergency remote learning, there were instructional design decisions that did not happen. So there was the courses, the way they were designed suffered due to shortages of time and resources. We know that the strategies employed during that period were short-term fixes and not sustainable transformations. Okay. So what I'm showing here are actually the categories for the quality scorecard for the administration of online programs. This was actually, the original was developed in 2011. It was research-based, and it was designed by a researcher from, she's from the University of Texas System, she's at Lamar University, Dr. Kay Shelton. And she designed this because she was getting questions about the quality of her programs that she was offering. So she started doing the research and talking to the experts in the field to identify what are the key indicators for a quality program. And these categories, I'm not going to go through them specifically. I've got the QR code if you want to see what the scorecard looks like. It's free to download, so it's not a trick. But you can look at it and see more details, and it's giving you the best practices for e-learning. So it's focused on, all of the key pieces that for a full program, not a specific course, but for a full program, what needs to be included. So I'm going to go through some of these elements by talking about or highlighting some of the key items in this. So the first one I want to start with is strategic leadership. This one is key with any e-learning program. The creation of a comprehensive institution-wide approach to defining and planning for e-learning is necessary. It's critical for you to reflect that the institution has made this a strategic priority. You have to make sure that e-learning in whatever form, online, blended, or some type of high flex model, has to be a part of that strategic plan for the institution to show how critical this is. You also have to look at the long-term sustainability depending on including the stakeholders in the conversation. They need to be aware of what's happening. They need to be communicated with, and they have to buy in to the initiative. So communication is always one of the key things I say in creating a sustainable program. And who are those stakeholders? They're the external regulating bodies or agencies. They are your leadership at your own institution. They're your faculty or teachers, their staff, their students. All of those are important stakeholders that you need to think about as you're thinking about how you're going to include this initiative. And it's also important to prioritize and encourage opportunities for collaboration between your academic and your technology leaders. So they need to be talking to make sure that the technology that you're selecting for your e-learning curriculum will support the needs of the academic part of your institution. And then the one last thing I have on here, which is often forgotten, is don't forget to provide that professional development for your leadership team. When I work with institutions and I do consulting, I go in and I talk to them about how they can grow or build their online programs. So when I do that, I talk about the professional development, and oftentimes I will focus a lot on the faculty, but it's just as important to think about the leaders who often don't have experience in online learning. They need to get those experiences as well. And OLC, my organization, has a program that it's called the Institute for Emerging Leaders in Online Learning as an example that provides that knowledge. So you want to look for those types of programs that will work for your institution and can help make sure your leaders know what it is they're leading. What does e-learning mean to them? Okay, now this one, it has to be key in any e-learning initiative and the success of a program and sustainability of a program, because a culture of e-learning quality really keeps students as the focal point of all that you do. Make sure that your students are able to access services and support structures in different modalities. This includes technical support, orientation to the learning modality and technology. These are critical, and it may seem obvious, but it's often overlooked, particularly in e-learning environments where connecting students to critical support services may be more difficult based on the infrastructure of support present. So it's important to ask individuals in roles supporting students to be well informed about their institution's support services for students and practical strategies for destigmatizing and normalizing their students' engagement with these supports. Furthermore, by creating dialogue with students on the supports that they actually need and not those supports assumed to be helpful, institutions can begin to do the work of revising and streamlining support systems to make sure that they are impactful, including opening career pathways to their students enrolled. Faculty. Faculty are the heart and soul of the academics at any good institution. And by the way, while I'm talking about these, and many of the terms I'm using refer to higher education, you can think about these same things for K through 12 as well. So the teachers, you need to engage them as partners in the process and engage them early to develop the e-learning. They are working closely with the students. They know what their students need and like, and it's important to include them in that discussion. They also need to have the right tools and resources. I talked about professional development for the leaders earlier, and I said how professional development was a problem and challenge for many people during the pandemic when they tried to switch so quickly. And I'm going to emphasize it here as well. Professional development for your faculty, for your teachers, is absolutely critical. And again, those technical skills are important. They need to know how to use the learning platform. They need to use or know how to use all of the tools that are going to support them in the learning platform. But even more than that, they need to know how to teach in an e-learning environment. And that is so critical, because without those skills, without knowing how to teach in that environment, you cannot take somebody who has only taught face-to-face, put them in front of a learning management system, give them an online course, and expect for them to be successful. Again, I said this earlier, this is when the teachers are dissatisfied with the experience because they don't know what they're doing. And this is when the students are dissatisfied with their experience as well. So I'm gonna move a little faster, I think. I want to talk quickly about quality course design. This is something that most institutions focus on, or most educators focus on for quality in online learning, is the quality course design, and they forget about everything else. That's okay, this is important, and I'm just gonna highlight a couple of key things here. First of all, you have to build the capabilities and expertise to design for quality. It must be well structured and easy to navigate, thoughtfully designed, and make use of instructional design principles that we know work and are going to help your students. When you're talking about teaching in the classroom in a virtual environment, you need to make sure, whether this is face-to-face, blended, or online, you need to make sure that the technology that you're using supports the learning, and you need to make sure that the teacher's presence is felt in the classroom. That can be things like welcoming the students every week. It can be things like engaging in the discussions, and it can be something as simple as just giving students feedback on the assignments they turn in. Technology, avoid the use of technology for technology's sake, and purposefully think about how technology should be applied in the virtual environment. Make sure that the subject, the learning modality, and the needs of the learner are considered for any technology. If you were here for the panel yesterday, I mentioned this, but it's very important to work with your educational technology companies as partners. Talk to them about what your needs are, what you think you need to support your learners, and work with them on how that technology can support you. And I will also say that as you're working with them, give them feedback on their products. Tell them what you need if it's not there. Many companies are very willing to work with you to create or make changes. That's why we have so many technologies that continue to evolve. And continuous improvement. So this one is always critical. We've heard this a couple of times throughout some of the conversation today. But make sure you engage in continuous improvement on multiple levels. Often, I mentioned this earlier again, often that institutions focus on the course review and they forget the other things. Looking at that comprehensive program is equally important. And I would say if you haven't developed a strong e-learning program yet, but you're looking to, definitely look at what those principles include. Because you should start from a quality perspective when you're building it, and make sure that you're including the right components for your students. And then also make sure that you've provided opportunities for faculty and students to give the feedback that is needed. Again, faculty are going to tell you if they're having problems with the e-learning environment. Students will definitely tell you if there are problems. And you want to be prepared to make those changes and make improvements quickly, so you don't have students and faculty who walk away and say, I don't like this. This is a bad environment for me, even if it's blended or online. If they don't have a good experience because they're not properly prepared and the tools aren't working for them or whatever, you need to know and be able to make those changes quickly. You also need to be able to take advantage of all the data that learning management systems include, and there's a lot of it. If you've worked with the learning management system and you've actually taken some time to go through what they do, there is a lot of valuable information that can be provided in there. And so I strongly urge you to work with your staff, work with your faculty, help translate that data into something that's going to be useful, and it's going to help you continue to improve and evolve what you're doing. And these are some of those key tools then that are going to help you create and sustain an e-learning program. So I have some resources here. They're all free resources that you can take a look at and get some more information about some of the quality digital learning experiences. The third one was actually developed in partnership with a group that's part of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But those are all great resources, free to access, and I definitely encourage you to use them. Thank you. Let me switch. Yeah, this one.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer, for sharing your views on digital and e-learning quality for sustainability and success. We'd like to present you with a token of our appreciation. تقدمها سعادة الدكتورة ميسون خوجة عميدة القبول وشؤون الطلاب بالجامعة. تفضلي دكتور. Thank you again. All right, well, now moving on to our fourth panel for this evening, e-learning in STEM, challenges and opportunities. The panel will be chaired by Professor Chris Deedy of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Welcome, Professor. We are very pleased to have you with us again this evening. And I'd also like to welcome our panelists who are with us in person and also online. Ms. Hania Baramki, the Managing Director of GoLead UAE, Dr. Naimullah Khan from KAUST, and Dr. Ahmed Partma from Universitas Islam, Indonesia. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and thank you so much for inviting us to share ideas. I'm both the moderator and one of the four panelists. And we're going to dive right in because we have a limited amount of time and we want to use as much of that time possible to share ideas. So each of us in turn will spend 5 minutes articulating some of our thoughts about the e-learning of STEM. And after those four presentations, then we will move to a series of questions where I'll ask a question and each of us will have about a minute to respond to it. That'll be a little more lively than listening to presentations. We'll plan to have 10 minutes at the end for questions and comments from the audience. So at this point, please put up the slides.
Where are we going to see the slides?
And I'll ask Professor Pratama to introduce himself and to talk about his materials.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Just tell me when you want the slides to advance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, GTEL and Saudi Electronic University for having me. My name is Ahmed Pratama. I am Associate Professor in Information Technology at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the oldest and also one of the largest private university in Indonesia. I have been studying the use, the acceptance, and the effectiveness of e-learning and other educational technologies in different contexts in different countries. Indonesia, my hometown, in Saudi Arabia with my colleagues from Saudi Electronic University and also from University of Jeddah. In Australia, where I did my master's degree, in United States, where I did my PhD, and some other countries as well. I'd like to start my talk today with a quote from Bill Gates. If you go, please, to the next slide. So yeah, e-learning can be an incredibly powerful tool for providing education and training, but it is important to remember that it is not a magic bullet. So e-learning needs to be used in the right way, for the right people, and for the right reasons. this was true in 2013, where Bill Gates had this interview with HBR back then, and I believe it is still true today in 2023, especially when we talk about STEM. The next slide, please. So yeah, we all know that for some people, for some students, STEM fields are challenging by nature, with or without e-learning. Because in STEM, we can't just rely on rote memorizations, but we also have to master the skills. We need to engage in hands-on skills and gaining experience from that. Yeah, the use of e-learning through interactive and multimedia resources, and also virtual labs, simulations, immersive technology can undoubtedly enhance the learning experience and make STEM subject more engaging for learners. But also, on the other hand, there's also occasions where with e-learning, there are lack of interactions, direct interactions with teachers, with peers, and also with the lab equipments. In STEM, we can't always replace the physical lab equipments with simulations. So in those instances, it can make STEM fields more difficult to be delivered in e-learning. And it makes it more difficult for students to ask questions, receive feedback, and also develop the hands-on skills they needed for these STEM fields. Okay, the next slide, please. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that I have been fortunate enough to research some the use, the acceptance, and also the effectiveness of e-learning in different countries and also in different contexts. One of them is here, where yeah, it works. Back in 2016, 2015, 2016, we had this need from our college in electrical engineering department at State University of New York. They have this distance learning program for electrical engineering where most students are either full-time employee or part-time employee, and they can only go to campus once a week. And during that once a week campus visit, they have to do the lab exercise, and the TA, the teaching assistants, usually they had to spend a lot of time to explain things to make sure that in this instance, they're trying to build electrical circuits, something like just fundamental things for electrical engineering, actually. But without proper e-learning methods, it took the teaching assistants a long time to help them to make sure that the circuit that they're building is working properly. So we decided to develop some kind of application, some kind of software that can help them. We did a survey, we did an experimental study actually, where we divided students into 3 groups actually, and one group we asked them to use this software before they come to the lab, and yeah, we found out that e-learning method is highly effective in reducing the time spent by the teaching assistant in helping students building their circuits. But some other times, e-learning doesn't work. Next slide, please. So this is actually one of the paper that you can see 9 posters on the other room across this hall. We made a survey experiment using e-learning to try to increase cybersecurity awareness among students, and we compare it between Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, and we found out that the 2 approaches that we use didn't really make any difference in student cybersecurity awareness. Next slide, please. So yeah, we need to make sure, like what Bill Gates said, in the right way for the right people and also for the right reasons. So these are some good practices that I can share. We can start by identifying the specific needs and goals of your students and tailor the e-learning curriculum accordingly, and then also ensure that the e-learning platform is user-friendly, and also make sure that no one is left behind, so also including those with disabilities. We need to provide students opportunities to engage in hands-on activities, and yeah, make use of the virtual labs, experiments, immersive technologies, and also encourage collaboration and teamwork among students so that they can learn from each other rather than just learning from the material or learning through the software. And yeah, finally, remember that e-learning is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and yeah, we need to integrate it with other forms of instruction to create a well-rounded educational experience. I think that will be all from me for now. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Back to you.
Ania?
Yeah. Yes. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Oopsie. Thank you, Ahmed. My name is Hania Baramki. I'm the managing director of GoLead, a digital transformation company in education. And oops, no more slides. Did everybody disappear? Okay. So I just wanted to think about one thing. So what works in learning today is not necessarily different than what we need to have or simulate in e-learning. So what really works in learning is that we provide learner agency, which means we give control or to the student on what they need to learn. And that needs to be the same in whether we're doing e-learning in general or also e-learning for STEM. It's important to, when we're learning, we need to be, as educators, we need to provide also awareness, like the student needs to be aware of their learning, and they need to be, they need to get feedback on what they're doing, so that's in situ remediation. We also need to have different ways of learning. We don't all learn in the same way, and that is also that needs to be in our e-learning systems. It's important that it's, when we talk about the challenge, it should not be too challenging, but it should not be, so not too much of a stretch, but it shouldn't be too simple. So where do you make that exactly, where does the learning need to land? And then finally, we need to be able to reinforce the learning. The next slide, please, Chris. So to overcome these challenges, so what's happening today in e-learning? First, like we said, we don't have the hands-on experience. So what do we need to do to enhance that? That's where we start to think about the modes. How do we implement e-learning? We do not need to have e-learning, everything on e-learning. So we use a blended approach. And actually, we're doing something today with Area 9 and the Saudi Electronic University to do a blended approach between adaptive learning and the online. So that you have synchronous and asynchronous. And this is one of the things that we need to be thinking about. How to overcome this fact that it's not, basically, we have a lack of this hands-on experience. The other thing is, how do we use things like games or simulation to make it engaging? Because if you're sitting there in front of your computer on your own, it's probably not so engaging. So what do we need to do? We have to be creative when we're creating these tools online. Then also, one advantage that we can capitalize on is the data. So what are we doing with this data? How is data helping us drive a personalized path? And that draws us to this thing, personalization, that we've been hearing about throughout the day. We need to, it's not one size fits all. So, and then the other thing is we need to make it accessible. So these are some of the things as we are designing e-learning, we need to be having those in mind and how to plan for it. Next slide, please, Chris. So in the end, when we plan it, so what do we need to adapt? What goes on the e-learning? And then within the content itself, when we adapt it, we need to break it up so that we have granular learning objectives, and that will be driving through the data and through AI into the platform. It will be driving the next task. What does the student need? And how do we help adapt to his needs so that, next slide please, so that it's emulating one-on-one tutoring. The picture is not here, but this comes from a Two Sigma problem from Benjamin Bloom, basically. And what it shows is that the most effective, and you all know this, so the most effective ways of teaching is this one-on-one. And there's, they say, Two Sigma problem. It's the Two Sigma difference between the people who are learning normally or the one-on-one tutoring. So what we need to do, and we have this great opportunity to do it today with e-learning, is to emulate this one-on-one online and have this personalization where there is a back and forth between the student and the platform using the data to drive the learning path. Next slide, please. And so this is the whole idea of using adaptive learning. So using adaptive learning, we plan how we do the content, and then we get the content to adapt automatically to the level of the student and their needs. And then we create this type of engagement through the data that is being collected on the platform as and when the student is engaged. Next slide, please. There are two things that we need to be thinking of. So there's one is the knowledge part. So we need to make sure that the students capture the knowledge. But the other thing, we need to make sure that they're aware of their knowledge. We believe that to get to mastery, you need to have those two components joined. So you need to know the objective, and you need to know that you know it. And by providing that extra dimension through the e-learning about your own metacognition, you're able to drive awareness and mastery and proficiency. Next slide, please. And so, in the end, we are able to get to a unique path. We're all different. We all have different points of departure. We start from different points of knowledge. And what you see here on the slide is actually a real-life example of a course in telecommunication with 3 different learners who took this course. In order to have e-learning for STEM be effective, we need to be able to provide this flexibility for the people to learn at their own pace. So you see that the difference between the 3 learners, you have one finished in 8 minutes and the other one finished in 33 minutes. And what you see here is the data on this path. Actually, every bubble represents the micro-learning unit or the learning objective that content was converted to. And the path is not linear, because the important thing is that there's this back and forth emulating the one-on-one tutoring that we have within the platform. So in the end, I'm not saying this is solving the problem. The problem, it's much bigger, because we need to be planning how we do it. How do we convert the content? We need to be planning the way for success. We need to have the objective in mind to do that. And we need to know which works for online or e-learning and which parts need to continue to be in a blended approach or, let's say, face-to-face. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Back to you.
Okay, Chris, should I start? Yes, okay. Thank you, Chris. I'll start by thanking the conference organizers to actually get the top people in the field together to brainstorm. I, by the way, am a student of e-learning, getting started in the field, so it's a wonderful opportunity for me to learn from some of the best in the field. So I'll start with an introduction of myself. I'm Naeemullah Khan. I'm an instructional assistant professor in AI at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. And basically, we are trying to provide STEM subjects, which are the core excellence of COUS to different universities, different organizations in the kingdom. That's our goal. So Chris, if you can move to the next slide. Okay, so one of the things, it's kind of a blessing in disguise of COVID-19 is, so there is, the pedagogical methods have evolved over centuries, and there is, it's a very hierarchical structure. So we would not have, universities and organizations would not have invested very heavily in e-learning were it not for COVID-19. But COVID-19 actually showed universities and organizations that e-learning can work. It's still not 100% successful, but it can work. And that's actually one of the major boosts for e-learning and educational technology in general. So with this, Chris, if you can go to the next slide, please. So I'll start with my understanding of the field. So STEM, in some sense, is ideal made for e-learning. Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say that I want to, I'm an English teacher, and I want my students to write a poem. Now, the problem is that there is no objective way of getting a correct answer for a poem. There is a huge variety in which people can write a poem. But if I want my students to write a code which produce a certain set of results, there is an objective solution to that. So in that way, it's very easy to gamify some STEM subjects, to actually kind of have this interaction with the machine to see if a person is going the right way or not. But on the flip side, there is the conceptual aspect of some subject, which is, I think, probably it would be the last problem solved in AI. So as an example, I would say that we have ChatGPT. It's highly successful in language problems, but if I would suggest you guys do it, when you have your time, just give ChatGPT a logical question. Ask it something logical. For example, let's say if blue balls are twice as heavy as black balls and black balls are twice as heavy as red ball and a yellow ball is 1 kg, what is the size of each ball? And you would see that it miserably fails. Why? Because logic is, the artificial intelligence algorithms that we have now, they do not mimic logic, they mimic data. Okay, so that's the last problem that would still remain for STEM subject in e-learning. But what I think is the best option, and what, by the way, we are doing at COUS Academy is a hybrid model, where part of the learning, which is amenable to e-learning, we do it through e-learning methodologies. And then part of learning, which is very concept heavy, we do it in person. And I think that's probably the best solution that we have so far. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. So at COUS Academy, what we are trying to do is we're trying to work with K-12 students in Saudi Arabia and students in Saudi universities. And the model is that we want to provide e-learning based solution to a very large audience where the content is not conceptually very heavy. It's just giving the very basic training in a field. Let's say that the fields that we are working with is artificial intelligence. So we start with the very basic modules of artificial intelligence, which is very simple math, linear algebra and calculus, and very simple programming modules like Python programming. This is for university students, by the way. So students, on average, typically are able to do it on their own. Then we select the very best student, the cream of this very large group, and we bring them to an in-class session. Now, this in-class session, it's a workshop style boot camp done over a week, where we give them a quick run through of the field. We explain the key concept to them, and then we give them content and let them be on their own with that content, where they learn asynchronously. They have the material. Everybody learns at their own space. After a month or two, we get them again in a classroom with an instructor, and we go over the conceptual details. So it's basically, a part of it is done in an e-learning model, where the student try to absorb the content at their own pace. Then a part of it, a short congested part, is done in a class where highly conceptual subjects are conveyed to students, and then this cycle is repeated. And of course, we have created small modules which can be done in. So it's breaking down the field of artificial intelligence into small blocks and providing them to students. Now, of course, it's an experimental setup, and we are getting feedback, and as we are getting feedback, we are evolving. But from the top of my head, the stats that I like a lot is that if you compare it with something, let's say a purely e-learning platform, let's say Coursera or other e-learning MOOCs giving platform, we see that the completion rate is very, very low. Something less than 10% of the students complete the courses which they start in a completely online setup. But with us, the rate is much, much better. Around 80 to 85% of the students complete the modules that we design. And of course, it might not necessarily be that our modules are excellent. One of the reasons might be that the student that we are selecting, they come from a highly competitive background, and they are highly motivated students, and they want to work with us in the longer run. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. So the idea is that we take a larger number of students. These are the first year targets for us, around 50,000 online students. And out of them, we would select around 1,000 students and train them in person for K to 12. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. So some of the work that we are doing, because of course, having such a large number of students, 50,000 students, and training them is not trivially easy. So what we use is an online synchronous model. So in online synchronous model, we have a highly trained instructor with the students in the class, but the students are geographically located in different places. So in most cases, the instructors that we are using are in the US, and the students are in Saudi Arabia. But slowly and gradually, we are training local instructors to actually take on this job. So we have trained around 500 students in the kingdom in math, and we are close to around 100 students in AI and programming. Around a variety of schools in the kingdom. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. For the university students, the target is a bit conservative. It's 8,000 students. Majority of them will go through the MOOCs, the online part of the training. But then a selected version of them is filtered through our micro-credential courses. The cream of that go to the next micro-credential. And finally, we select around 50 or 100 students for our summer enrichment program. Now, the idea is that the cream that we get from Saudi Arabia would actually be the leaders in AI for the kingdom. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. So this is how our pipeline looks. We start with a very large population. E-learning based solution is provided to them. The top of them are selected for an introduction to AI micro-credential course. It's a 1-week full-day course. Students spend full days with KAUST faculty, and they are walked through the conceptual details of the field of AI. Then they are provided some learning material which they can go through asynchronously at their own time. They are invited again for a week of advanced training in AI. They spend full days with KAUST faculty, get up to speed with the conceptual details. Then they are given some content which they go through asynchronously at their own time. And finally, the top students from this bunch would be selected for a specialized summer school in KAUST and some other universities, partner universities that we are working with. Chris, if you can go to the next slide. That's basically the summary of the e-learning methodology that KAUST and KAUST Academy are using to train students in AI. Chris, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank my colleagues for the wonderful work that they're doing. If you'll bring the slides up, I want to share ideas about the future of where e-learning and STEM might be going. Could you please bring up the slides for me? Well, I am professor, but I'm the Institute on Adult Education and Online Learning. The US government has so far funded 19 of these institutes, and our focus is on essentially workplace-based learning related to STEM. Now, some of what we're doing and where we're starting is by building AI assistants for human teachers. And in our case, because it's adult learning, this is university faculty, the faculty at vocational technical schools, and continuing education, and also industry trainers and anyone who's doing capacity building for adults. And the focus of this work is to build AI-powered cognitive assistance. So one of the things that I study is called intelligence augmentation, IA, rather than AI. And it looks at when you have a partnership between a human being and an AI, and you want the whole to be more than the sum of the parts, what part does the AI do and what part does the person do? And so in our research, different kinds of cognitive assistants are being built. They interact with the teachers, they interact with the learners. At the back end, data is collected and fed back both to the teacher and to the AI-based assistant. And we're trying to understand how by giving teachers tools that are intelligent, that can help them, we can improve the learning outcomes for students. This is true for STEM. It's also true for a variety of other fields. Where I think we will be in a few years is also doing a second thing, which is having a lot of online learning by doing. We know that the entertainment industry is very adept at having online doing, often not learning, but at least in virtual worlds of different kinds and simulations, experiential learning. And in experiential learning, what you have is not a teacher, but a coach or a mentor. And again, an AI-based assistant can help in two ways. First, the AI assistant can watch what's going on in the experiential learning and alter the simulation or alter the virtual world to help the learner. So there's a kind of personalization that's possible that's parallel to the personalization that takes place in teaching. And second, the AI assistant can do some of the coaching and some of the mentoring with, again, the back end collecting very rich amounts of data and feeding them to the coach and feeding them to the AI. So I'll give a specific example. I am an advisor to a company called Immersion that does what's called digital puppeteering. So some of you may be familiar with the movie The Wizard of Oz, where there's a big wizard up on the screen, but there's a little man behind a curtain controlling the wizard. In the immersion simulations and those of other groups that do digital puppeteering, there's a simulation specialist that you can see on the left-hand side who can play up to 6 or 7 virtual people simultaneously. And then on the right-hand side, you see the learner, who might be thousands of miles away, who's interacting with a set of digital people. And the point is that this is like a flight simulator for human interactions, for developing social emotional skills that complement the cognitive skills that we already do a lot of in STEM. Now, the simulation specialist has quite an elaborate screen that they see. They see the virtual people that they're playing. They see the learner through the webcam to understand the verbal and nonverbal signals that the learner is sending out. And then there's a huge amount of data that's streaming into the machine learning system. Some of it is about the learner. And you can, through a webcam, get readings like pulse. So it's possible to make some inferences about what the learner is feeling. And again, then both the simulation specialist and the system itself can adjust what's going on so that the learner is having a rich experience. Now, I want to highlight here that you still need a human being in the loop. AI is not capable of doing a good emulation of these virtual people. But what it can do is to enable a person to play virtual people in a sophisticated way. So part of the future is to do the kinds of personalization that the other panelists have described, which is extremely important and quite possible online because the data that's available online is much richer than the data that's available face-to-face. But another part of it is to personalize the social emotional parts of learning, as well as personalizing the cognitive parts of learning. And this is where systems like Immersion and AI assistants that are coaches and mentors, as well as AI assistants that are cognitive, are so helpful. The only other thing I have time to talk about is a process that we use in this called engineering learning. So physics is about the science of bridges, but engineers know how to build bridges. And similarly, we know a lot about the science of learning, as this slide reflects. But what we need to know more about is how to engineer learning. And I'm sorry that this image is a little small, but it shows, for example, that if you want to have learners understand new ideas, or instead you want to help learners retain knowledge, or instead you want to help learners apply knowledge, you use somewhat different strategies. And so the engineer is taking the learning goal and using ideas from the learning sciences to help make this possible. If you're intrigued by these ideas, I co-edited a book in 2019 about learning engineering. And this year, a book for which I wrote the foreword came out on the Learning Engineering Toolkit. These are excellent ways of starting to think about this. So overall, I'm suggesting that artificial intelligence will be important in the future, as other panelists have noted, and that there is really interesting work happening. All of the point now with some of me is interact and question and with each other. See now the first question and then
if you have
Chris, we can't hear you very well.
No, okay. It's actually
it's ours. It's our site.
Yeah, it's ours.
Yeah.
Should we discuss something?
Sure. Do you want me to? Do you want even this one? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the interruption in the connection. We will be back online shortly.
So the internet in Saudi Arabia is not super good. There are places where it's really good.
We're back online.
Professor, we had an interruption in the connection, but please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start again. So the question asked was, what do we see as the biggest opportunity currently that we have? And what I believe one of the biggest opportunity that we have is the data. So the ability of computers and AI algorithms to go through the data, virtually infinite amount of data, it can give us very good personalized tracks for individual students. So let's say we can, with a certain degree of definitiveness, say that, let's say, a student Ali will benefit most if the next question that the teacher puts to them is a question on, let's say, geometry, a particular area of geometry, or a particular area of algebra, or whatever. So the personalized of content for individuals, I think is the biggest advantage for it. You already can do a very
Ahmad, Hani.
There is a lag. I think there is a lag from.
Okay.
We're back, but this is not working. This is not working. Or is it?
This is no. This is not working.
So please go ahead and discuss.
So I don't know. These are working. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So just to conclude where we are, we're back here. Okay, Chris, can you just probably start to? We still have some time. You wanna? Do you want to do with it, Chris?
Yes, Chris, if you would like to some final statements. We have some streaming issues, so if you might.
Okay, so I'd suggest that each of us take 1 minute to make a final statement, and I'll start because I may disappear again soon. So I believe that we will see a transformation of adult education in the next 10 years. We'll shift from teaching by telling to learning by doing. We'll shift from people doing this by themselves to people working with AI-based assistance. But all of that is not going to be magic. It's going to have to be based on the things that we have said about in the panel, because ultimately this is not about technology. It's about human beings doing powerful ways of teaching and learning with the richness of the data that online learning provides. So please, one of the rest of you, take a minute to talk about the message that you want to convey.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I'll talk next because I think I'm in the same boat as you because of the internet. So I think what we will see in the coming years, one is a greater democratization of knowledge. So we would see that the very top content from, let's say, the top universities in the world would be available literally everywhere. So the problem that, at least when I was young, that I had access to just my library, that issue is no longer going to be there. We would have access to everything. But it does not mean that the learning experience would be the same for everyone. Of course, we will have personalized tools, AI-based assistants, which would make the learning more personalized and the experience more immersive. But I think the bottom line would still be that the face-to-face, in-person teaching, in my opinion, AI is not going to be emulated in the near future, at least not with the tools that we currently have. It would be very good in predicting what type of content is good for someone and what type of examples is good for someone, but it would not be able to interact in a logical manner with a student. For example, if a student, because the way learning works, at least for me, is that a student, one question of a student that a teacher replies to can solve 100 problems for the student, rather than the teacher just providing solutions. The feedback that we get from the student, it's very important to tackle it in a logical manner. And that, it seems like, at least in the near future, would not be able to be solved with AI, and we still would need teachers for that. That's my 2 cents on the topic. Thank you.
So Hania and Ahmad, please tell us your thoughts about this.
For me, what is important in order to make STEM for e-learning work properly is that we need to plan it. We need to really understand what is it that we need to convert into e-learning, and what are the things that we need to keep for example, practice and and labs and hands-on experience. And that could be a very short step in order to make implementation successful of e-learning. In addition, of course, to ensuring that our faculty is trained properly to work with this type of duality or double approach. Thank you. Back to you, Ahmed.
Okay, thank you. I started, and then I guess I'll wrap it up. So yeah, I think we all agree that e-learning is a great tool, and the future of e-learning is tremendously, it will involve artificial intelligence and also data science. But yeah, again, we shouldn't just use e-learning and catch up with the latest technology for the sake of using technology, but we need to identify the specific needs and the specific requirements before we try to implement or we try to adopt e-learning technology, the latest technologies out there. AI can definitely help in identifying those requirements. I agree with Hania that each learner is unique, so we can't just throw any kind of e-learning to any kind of situations and expect that it will give the learners a better experience, better learning experience, and better educational outcome. No, we need to specifically identify those needs and specifically tailor what kind of e-learning method that we need to use. And that will be it, I think. Thank you. Back to you, Chris.
Time for questions or finish?
Yes, it would be great if there were questions or comments from the audience.
Any questions?
Do we have time? Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Professor, I think we will wrap it up at this point, if that's all right.
Yes, thanks to everyone, and thanks for inviting us to share ideas.
Thank you all for being with us today. Very much appreciate your insights. If you would like to remain with us on stage, the Dean of the College of Finance and Administration, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hassan, will present our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Professor and Dr. Naeemullah Khan, for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. And now for our fifth keynote speaker, I'd like to welcome back Mr. Oleg Figlin, Vice President for EMEA at Anthology. Welcome, Oleg. Oleg will be talking about where technology is taking us and closing the gap.
One. Yeah? Okay, all good.
Welcome, Oleg. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Oleg Figlin. I'm the Vice President for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, as well as Asia Pacific, from Anthology. Those of you who don't know Anthology, basically, you probably know Blackboard. Blackboard and Anthology merged together about a year ago, and now basically we are called Anthology. It's a pleasure to be here. We've been at the previous GTEL event a year ago, and it's really such a pleasure to see a full house in this room. So thank you. Now, before we go into the details, I would like to summarize on where we are in the country. As you probably know, we operate in the kingdom for probably more than 10 years. And I'm really proud of the partnerships that we have with SCU and with most of the institutions in the country. In the last year alone, we have almost 2 million students using our technology, using our platform. From multiple institutions, 54 institutions, and 71 million assessments took place only last year. And of course, we as the company, we bring technology to the country, and I'm really proud of the fact that we can provide a very robust and scalable and reliable technology. But I would really like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, students, faculty members, teachers, leaders, who use this technology, because the most probably difficult thing is really to adopt and making sure that you adjust and adapt and use it in your daily job. So first of all, big round of applause for all of you who use this technology. Thank you. Now, talking about, maybe let me take you back 1 year and summarize in a few minutes what actually happened in the last year. I think what is really unique about this country and about all the institutions in this country, that you strive for innovation. And in some other country, is maybe a bit more difficult, people more conservative, institutions more conservative about the change. But in your case, you are pushing us all the time. You want new innovation, you want new technology, you want to advance and to progress much faster. Of course, you need it to work perfectly. And you've been pushing us over the last few years to provide you a technology, a platform which is open, integrated, to provide a better experience to students, and to provide really a more modern experience to your student. And those of you who know Blackboard Learn, we've been using this product probably for the last 10 years, but at the same time, all of you knew that we have a more modern solution called Blackboard Learn Ultra. We had some challenges bringing it in the country because we were dependent on some hosting outside of the country, and it was very difficult for us to make it happen. However, I'm really happy to let you know, since last GTEL, in June, we announced availability of Blackboard Learn Ultra in a country, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So it's coming your way this year, and I'm really happy to let you know that we found a way to make it working, to bring solution to the country, and it's also going to be hosted inside of the kingdom. Now, one thing is to bring the solution. Another thing is really to understand how it fits your needs. And I'm also happy to let you know that we, in collaboration and in partnership with SCU, we conducted a roundtable last year with participation from 130 people with 29 universities. And the feedback was absolutely amazing. 95% wanted to adopt Ultra, Learn Ultra, straight away, and 100% expressed interest in starting the pilot program. So actually, starting last year, we initiated the pilot program for all the universities in the kingdom, and you can actually, before you deploy and adopt in the university, you can run, adjust, you can also recommend some adjustment that is necessary for you, for your institution, get your hands to understand how it works, and then hopefully activate it from next year, next academic year. So again, I think it's a big change. It's one of the most advanced learning management system in the world, and we are happy to bring it into the country. Now, one other thing that actually happened since last GTEL is we were in a direct communication with all of you, and looking at the technology and processes and workflow and administration, mostly how universities throughout today, we saw lots of dissatisfaction and lots of challenges with your workflow, with processes, with system stability, with integration between LMS and SAS, and lack of reporting. And we listened to you, and I'm really happy to let you know that one of the things that this merger between Blackboard and Ontology brought, one of the main advantages, that we can now offer one of the most innovative solutions, Ontology student, in the country. So we started deployment, we discussion with many universities, and we, in collaboration with SCU, run another roundtable where we try to get the first impression, first feedback about to understand if there are any particular gaps that we need to address and build into our roadmap. And the feedback was absolutely overwhelming. So that's another solution, quite big, that we bring to the country in order to help you innovate. But also this combination between LMS and SAS brings some significant advantages, and I will talk about it in a few minutes as well. Now, before we go into the details, I would also like to reflect one of the things for you, for your institution, working with a global company like Ontology/Blackboard, is our access to educators and institutions around the world. We work with thousands of universities around the world, with 150 million students around the world, in more than 80 countries. And of course, one thing is to provide technology, but another is really to be the thought leader in order to share with you all the best practices from around the world, what works, what doesn't. And ahead of this event, GTEL, we conducted a detailed study where we interviewed thousands of students and faculty members and leaders in different institutions. And actually, you can find this paper in an exhibition hall. And I would like to reflect a couple of trends and really see how they correlate with what you are looking for in your institutions and where the technology is actually taking us. Let's start with the first one, is hybrid learning. One fact which is very clear and coming across in our study is hybrid learning is here to stay. In fact, if you have a look at the expectation from the students, you can see that 40% of the students expect the education be fully online, either synchronous or asynchronous, but fully online, which is quite surprising. You would expect students to expect to go back face-to-face, to go back to classroom, but still 40% expect fully online programs. At the same time, 80% of the students expect at least some combination of hybridity between online and face-to-face. At the same time, if you have a look at the leadership expectation, I think there is a slight gap. Leaders have a different perception, so student expectations are a bit different from the leaders. While students expect 80% to be some kind of a hybrid education, leaders expect around 55-60. So we need to understand how we can also plug the gap and maybe meet in the middle. Another trend, which is very interesting, is creating clear career pathways. And I think who, if not you, know best. Especially for countries that evolve very fast. You have such a huge level of innovation all over the industry. And one thing that needs to progress very fast is also career development. To scale and to make sure that we have the right careers, the student get on the right career path, you need to have the right education and right pathways. And also, in many cases, students also ask about the value of education. Is it really worth for me going to university and study for 3-4 years, if no longer, to get my career? Or maybe I can go for some apprenticeship and get it faster. So 58% of the students expect a more alignment, a more career-focused services in the institution to get them help get into industry faster. Last but not least, which is very important, is data is the opportunity to unlock better outcomes. I think many of us, previous panel members talk about the personalized experience. And I think one thing that data brings is really a possibility to have this personalized experience. And in fact, almost every single leader in the institution acknowledged that data becomes more important. And I can tell you, if you look at the other industry, like retail or healthcare, I think they progress much faster than education, for example, over the last 10 years. They already have personalized approach, they gathered many data points. But if you have a look at education, we were a bit behind. However, one of the outcomes of COVID is that it accelerated the use of technology, which means we have many more data points and many more ways of capturing how students interact with technology, how their behavior works. And we can now came to the critical point where we believe we're on the same level with other sectors where we can take this data and start building personalized experiences. So that's exactly where we are going as well. We realize the demand, we realize the trend, and I think we can really structure it in 2 key areas. One is enhance operations to make sure that university run more efficiently. And of course, efficiencies these days is a big thing. To make sure that there is no disruption, there are very intuitive workflow that save time, to make sure that educators can really focus on teaching rather than navigating through these different processes. So enhancing operations become more important than ever. But at the same time, personalized data experiences. And we talk about personalization. Different students have different needs. They progress in different ways. They need to have different pathways. One student can advance much faster, while another one might need more time. You can also derive some experience. And for example, how can you forecast who are the students that are likely to drop? You need to have a very robust integration. And it's not only about integration. It's about deriving this experience, analyzing how students interact with the data, with the system in one place, and derive this experience in another technology and maybe adjusting it for their needs. So that's why personalization becomes more important than ever, to make sure that we really fulfill student needs. We provide them the right information at the right place at the right time. That's exactly one of the reasons why we brought technology into the country, especially Blackboard Learn Ultra and Ontology students. Again, I'm proud about the fact about our collaboration with Saudi Electronic University, with all of you. And I think one of the advantages is not about having one system or another, but I think having this holistic approach with the technology, where systems start talking to each other, deriving experiences, providing analyticals, providing feeding information to you rather than spending time and trying to extract it. That's what makes technology more attractive and really help you progress. Save your time as educators, but also help students progress faster, reduce retention, and making sure reduce risk of drop, and making sure that they progress and they're happy with their degrees. In order for you to learn more, if you're interested to learn more, I'm really happy to take this opportunity to also to announce that for the first time ever, we are bringing the biggest technology, education technology event called Ontology Together, previously called Blackboard Learn or TLC, into the country. For the first time, we are bringing Ontology Together to Riyadh. It's going to take place late in the year, probably sometimes in October, November. We're going to do it in collaboration with SCU and our close partners, BME. And I am really looking forward to see many of you there. I'm sure we're going to be much more advanced in 6 months from now. So I would be happy to be on the same stage, maybe in a different location, and talk about all the new successes, and also ideally have some of you and sharing some of the lessons learned. But for now, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And I'm going to be here for any questions or comments or discussions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oleg, for your views on the frontiers of technology, opportunities for learners' experience. If you would like to join us again on stage, we present you with a small token of appreciation يقدمها سعادة عميد معهد البحوث والدراسات دكتور فاضل ناصر بن سيف. Thank you again.
مساء الخير من جديد. شكرا لكل المتحدثين معنا اليوم. سنأخذ وقتا مستقطعا لأداء الصلاة إن شاء الله تعالى، بريك بسيط إن شاء الله، ونرجع لنستكمل الجلسات العلمية والورش في الملتقى التي ستكون الجلسة الختامية والأخيرة وكلمة الختام لليوم بإذن الله تعالى بعد البريك. تقبل الله منا ومنكم صالح الأعمال. الاتفاقية الثانية بين الجامعة السعودية الإلكترونية ممثلة بمعهد البحوث والدراسات ينيب عنها سعادة الدكتور عميد المعهد الدكتور ناصر بن سيف، والجهة الأخرى شركة العلامة المميزة لتقنية المعلومات ينيب عنها رئيس تنفيذي الأستاذ جورج راضي. شكرا. هذا كله احتفاء بهذه الاتفاقيات، وإن شاء الله أنها نجني ثمارها جميعا ويستفيد منها الوطن وأبناء الوطن. شكرا لكم جميعا. شكرا لك سعادة الرئيسة. شكرا لكم جميعا. الآن أترككم مع الدكتورة هيا لنستكمل فعاليات الملتقى والجلسة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم.
يعطيكم العافية أستاذ متعب. For our last session this evening on the subject of e-learning, e-teaching and e-campus, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Samer Jaffer, the CEO of Explorance, to join us on stage to chair this panel. I'd also like to welcome our panelists participating in person and online. Mr. Mohammed Khair Nahas, Director from Area 9 Lyceum, Mr. Alexander Zeltov, CEO and founder of Educate Online Inc., and Professor Akram Zaki, founder and CEO of AR Engineering. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. I would like to welcome you to this exciting session about the future of e-learning, e-teaching, and e-campus. I'm thrilled to be joined today by expert panelists. We have Mr. Mohammed Nahas, who is joining me from Area 9 today. We have Dr. Mohammed Ali Aqur, who will be joining us from the States. We have Dr. Akram Zaki, who will be joining us from Malaysia, and we'll have Alexander Ziltov, who is going to be joining us from Dubai. I'm going to give time for each one of them to introduce themselves, their company, as well as about their initial thoughts. Just to set the stage, today's topic is really about the future of learning. The pandemic pushed everyone, school children, university students, corporate learners online. Given the advancement of technology, most organizations were able to transform learning virtually almost immediately. While COVID is over, and we sure hope we never experience such events in our lifetime, online learning is definitely becoming a part of every institution's strategy. We've heard yesterday how Saudi Electronic University have introduced their 13th campus, which is now completely virtual, thereby extending education to every student in Saudi Arabia and possibly in the future abroad. According to the World Economic Forum, spending on educational technology is exploding. In fact, it is expected to reach 342 billion by 2025, so just in a couple of years. But technology alone is not enough to transform learning. There are several key factors that universities need to consider. How do you ensure students are engaged? Do you need to hear more often from your students and faculty? How do you help students develop their soft skills when learning is conducted online? And do students or will students miss the university life if they have less opportunity to connect with their instructors and peers? The university future can be in class, online, or hybrid, or all. In this discussion panel, you will hear from various experts in higher education and educational technologies about their experience and vision for the university of the future. My name is Samer Jaffer. I represent Explorance in the MENA region. At Explorance, we are obsessed with empowering the student voice to be part of the learning experience, whether that learning is delivered in person or virtually. I'd like to start by giving the opportunity to Mr. Mohammed Nahas to introduce himself. For the panels, please, if you're going to take 2 minutes each to share your thoughts as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Samer. So good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with great educators, administrators, edtech specialists in such a great event. So I am Mohammed Khair Nahas. I'm part of Area 9 Lyceum, a learning science company specialized in adaptive learning and empowering entities, universities, and schools to personalize the learning experience for every individual using AI. So we are here today to talk about e-learning, e-teaching, and e-campuses. And if we want to think today about the university of the future and how is it going to look like in 20 or 30 years from now, I would like to invite everyone to take a step back and ask ourselves a very simple question like, why do students go to universities? Maybe to gain knowledge in a specific subject, or maybe to prepare themselves for the workforce, or maybe to have fun, like I used to do. If we want to think about the future of universities, and if we want to start from the current situation, if I ask you, like, how do you rate universities from 1 to 10 in terms of preparing students for the future, for tomorrow? Someone might say 5, others might say maybe 7, or maybe 9. For sure, it depends on the university itself, and it's different from one to another. In my opinion, the universities worldwide, moving forward, should focus more on building skills and competencies for students through practice, through hands-on, and maybe with less knowledge transfer. So please think about this panel and this event and try to ask yourself these simple questions, like how we want our universities to be moving forward. Back to you, Samir.
Thank you. Next, would like to pass the microphone to Dr. Akram Zaki, who's joining us from Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Akram. I know it's quite late on your end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samir, for this introduction. At the beginning, I'd like to express my gratitude to Saudi Electronic University and the organizing committee of the Global Trend for E-Learning GTEL conference for inviting me to this important event, especially at this time. My name is Akram. I am a professor at the Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Yes, as you mentioned, the time is a bit late now in Malaysia, but I didn't want to miss this important event. Actually, as you know, that we are living now in a digital era. ICT has been entered to every aspect of life, including of education. If we look to different sectors in terms of digitization, we will find that some sectors have been almost fully digitized, such as ICT and media, as an example. In the second level, we will find some other sectors like finance, like professional services, like real estate, while the education come almost in the third level in terms of digitization, together with the trading and some other sectors. Of course, there are some other levels like, for example, healthcare, construction, agriculture usually come in the fourth and fifth level in terms of digitization. So we need to understand the status of education, where is it, and how much it has been digitized, because this one can help us to draw the future. So I will pass the mic to the other panelists for now, and I will add later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. Next, we have Dr. Muhammad Ali Akour, who is joining us from the US.
Hi, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Muhammad Ali Akour. I am an associate professor at higher education consultant with more than 20 years of international academic and industrial experience in USA, Jordan, and Oman. I am specialized in instructional psychology and technology. I am an active member of the International Advisory Council at Accreditation Service for International Schools, Colleges, and Universities, United Kingdom, and an active member of the Executive Committee of the Learning Ideas Annual Conference, USA. I am honored to be invited as a panel speaker by the Saudi Electronic University, Global Trends in E-Learning, GTEL 2023, which provides a valuable forum in the most recent development, trends, technologies, practices, shaping the future of e-learning to meet the ambitious goals of Saudi Vision 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. And last but not least, Mr. Alexander Ziltov, who's joining us from Dubai.
Dear colleagues, dear organizers of GTEL, and dear Samir, thank you so much for inviting me to be here and to speak here. My name is Alexander Ziltov. I'm the founder and CEO of Educate Online, one of the fastest growing edtech companies in the world currently. And my company, and basically myself, we specialize in delivering K-12 international, so UK, US, and Canadian curriculum online to all the corners of the world. So currently we serve over 27 countries, probably 28 at this moment. And when I was at Expo 2020 in Dubai, I came across the Saudi Arabia Pavilion, and I was super amazed by the Vision 2030, and I'm super glad to be here and to contribute. Right now, we as a company focus on the K-12 sector, so everything middle school, primary school, and high school. And we see a big demand for international learning, which now can take place in the schools domestically and in the homes of the students. But we're also looking now at how maybe universities can do dual partnerships and dual diplomas as well, which means that local universities, through the power of online and technologies, can partner with overseas universities and thus deliver the best level of education to students. So I'm really looking forward to this panel, and thank you so much for inviting me once again.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and it's great to have a perspective as well of K-12, because as everybody knows, when COVID came about, when lockdowns happened, everybody had to switch online. Everybody had to adapt online. The good thing is, as we discuss the future, as we envision what education is going to be, we no longer have the pressure or the boundaries of having to be making quick decisions. So the opportunity here is for all these universities in collaboration with EdTech to design and plan the university or the future of learning. The first question that I would like to pose to Dr. Akram is, as a professor in international universities, what are the main challenges that you face as a lecturer, as well as the challenges that you see your student go through when you deliver a lecture online? How do you integrate the material that you would like to share, or the outcomes that you would like to achieve in an online learning context?
Thank you much, Samar, for the question. Actually, very important question. Actually, there are a lot of challenges faced by lecturers as well as students. Last year, I presented a research work related to this issue. Let me just summarize some of the lecture points about the challenges that they are integrating.
All right, I think
one of us balancing doing yes. Yes,
Dr. Akram, we have a slight technical
actually, this
issue.
is one of the yes.
Sorry, is the connection
Can I
only
continue?
coming from Dr. Akram?
Another chat response.
All right. While we have the connection fixed, I'm going to switch to my colleague here, Mohammed. Mohammed, you specialize in adaptive learning. Obviously, this is very much new technology. It is about engagement. There are various positive and negative perspectives with regards to online. People probably have associated online learning with lockdown in a certain way. How do you approach that? What are some of the memorable achievements that your company managed to deliver in partnership with other universities in the region or globally?
So, when COVID came, it was just like an accelerator for the e-learning with educational entities. Because before COVID, as a university or as a school, it was nice to have e-learning. But nowadays, if any entity doesn't have part of its content or curriculum or programs with e-learning, then they are behind. So absolutely the impact of COVID on people, like lockdown, they don't go out, they don't see each other, wasn't easy. And then people were waiting, like when COVID is over, everyone wanted to go out. Many people are afraid to go back online. However, we looked at that as an opportunity of like, okay, you've tried learning back at home or remotely, and you were able to learn something. So how can we build on that? And we were approaching different universities and entities on like, how can we implement e-learning like adaptive in a way that enables your trainers, enable your teachers to learn more about your students with more data, with more reports, so your teachers can have more time focusing with those students who are struggling, who need more support, and most importantly, more time for hands-on experience. Because e-learning is efficient with knowledge, but maybe it's not that much with skills. So how can we have less focus on knowledge in classes and do that online and keep classrooms for more hands-on? And this is what we try to do with methodologies like flipped classroom. Do part of your knowledge online and then come to the class for more hands-on and for more discussions and collaborations.
All right, very interesting insight. Alexander, we're going to come to you just because we had to move into the next question. And the discussion was around that people associated online learning with lockdowns. So, and you probably know more than others in K-12 how a lot of families struggled, you know, with kids from different ages trying to have them concentrate in these online classes. What's your perspective, you know, with the growth that you're experiencing? Is there an appetite for these schools to continue online or a hybrid model? And how do you shift parents away from that association of online with lockdown?
Thank you so much for the question, Summer. And basically, I think a lot of the, as you said, there's no need to make quick decisions now, and it's time to actually build something for the future. And a lot of the schools worldwide, they shifted to online in 1 to 2 days, and it was really hectic. Quality has not been there, and you know, especially in such a teacher in Zoom and 50 kids in the Zoom session, and it doesn't really work well. At the same time, there have been schools, especially in the States, where the K-12 e-learning movement actually started like 30 years ago, which means that there have been schools who've been ready for it, and they mainly catered to those students that couldn't, previously, prior to COVID, they were catering to those students that couldn't attend school. Either they are artists, actors or actresses, sports people, maybe people with some disabilities and special needs, etc. And I think these schools, what we've seen, have experienced a large influx of new students, because a lot of the students said, we don't like the online learning in our school, let's do it in a school that knows how to do it, maybe for 10 or 20 years already. At the same time, we saw that this full-time studies in the COVID format has not really been beneficial for students, because they don't socialize as much as they do in real schools. And what we did as a company, we proposed an idea of, you can go to your local school and maybe after school you can do 1 or 2 hours internationally online. And it worked really well, because this way the students combine the best of both worlds, the socializing, the hands-on skills that they get in the classrooms locally, plus the international learning and the international teachers and international community, maybe for 1 or 2 hours after their local school. And I think the switch to the blended model is really interesting. And we see that even the students that graduate and that actually go to the international countries, some of them say, you know, I'll do these classes online, but I'll come maybe to university on Tuesday. when we can do something like more hands-on. I'm really positive about how we can integrate both offline and online. And I've studied myself in London. That was 10, 12 years ago when I graduated. And I remember that I actually learned more during workshops than during lectures. So I completely agree with the previous speaker's point of view. Learning should be hands-on, and we got to aim for it.
Thank you, Alexander. Okay, we're going to go back to Dr. Akram. I know you couldn't finish your point. First of all, Dr. Akram, can you hear us well?
Yes.
All right,
Thank you very much. Yes, if I want to continue about the challenges about that lecturer as well as students face, based on some research that I presented last year, some response of lecturer about the infrastructures are not ready for e-learning. Some of them said that lack of support, including technical as well as financial support, also adapting to the new work culture, they are not ready, no clear e-learning policy, time consuming with too many education tools. These are some of the response of the lecturer. If we come to the students, they also have different response of lack of accessibility, lack of technical support services, lack of content, e-material, educational content, also time-consuming, poor computing skills for some of them. Some others said no help desk. Some others said poor feedback response time. Some other mentioned about education tools are not as interesting as other websites and applications like social media and other games, for example. So these are some challenges based on some research. So I try to summarize it in a few points. So I hope that I answered the question.
Thank you. Indeed. Dr. Muhammad Ali, I'm just going to rephrase the question again that Dr. Akram addressed. What we're looking at here, we're saying, you know, for the University of the Future, as a professor yourself, what are the main challenges that you face when you deliver a lecture online? How do you ensure that you can achieve the same learning outcome within a field, as you mentioned, that is quite interesting, but probably also quite engaging as yours?
My colleagues, I believe, you know, they put the, you know, keywords on the right spot. Definitely there is an issue of equal and equality access to technology. You know, improper and deficient technological and practical fundamentals have been causing problems for all students, instructors, and others involved. Developing countries are affected the most. Government and institutions' readiness, support, that is also very important. Current online learning systems and technologies. Current online learning systems and technologies can't substitute for the traditional teaching and learning methods. Possibility of e-learning for some fields such as sports, medicine, and nursing is very low. Significant additional workload for instructors also cause so much, you know, trouble for the, you know, instructors who are teaching online. You know, suddenly, especially after COVID, there was, you know, that shock, you know, from teaching in a traditional way to shifting, you know, virtual and online. There is a challenge keeping students motivated, preventing cheating. Interaction between instructors and learners has virtually stopped. You know, the socialization part is almost, you know, gone. Now, if I were to think about addressing those challenges for the future, definitely we're the trends are we're going online. There ought to be plans to develop intelligent systems that will support the teaching and learning activities with minimum human interventions. Now, it is not easy to say, okay, we wanted to basically say instructors or teachers will not be present. It's not an easy task. But I believe, it's going to be up to us how we will address and plan, for future teaching and learning activities in the future. For example, if I were to create some good plans for teaching and learning, instructors have to be present all the time for the current right situation, creating interesting learning materials. Also, we need to provide one-to-one sessions, instructors still actually needed at this point. Assign some group work, students learn from each other very well, some cases. Create an online forum for discussions. Provide and ask for regular feedback. We need to listen to our customers, which are the students. We need to listen to their needs and their wants. Challenge students. We need to give them things that would actually meet their needs again. Personalized learning. That is also very important if we wanted to keep students motivated. Gamification, again, that's also something that is crucial and important for motivating students. Self-paced learning. That is one thing that technology provides that normal traditional teaching would not, able to provide. Self-paced learning. Some students, are fast with proper technologies, can actually give students, the learning at their own pace. Collaborative learning, that is also an addition to the current, teaching strategies that we can provide for students. And thank you, Jafar.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I'd like to engage the audience a bit. Would like to hear from you. So I want you first to start visualizing with me what would the university of the future be. So if you can take a few seconds, close your eyes, and dream about the university of the future. All right? Let's go. 5 seconds. Okay, so I've good news for you. You're 25. If anybody heard about the research that was published recently about some scientists who were able to reverse aging, not only stop aging, but reverse aging in mice. So they've managed to even control how far back they were able to take these rodents. So in 2050, maybe you will be 25 and you're going to be ready to go to university again. But let's pass the microphone to some folks, whoever wants to share what they envision that university to be. Is it going to be completely online? Will there be specific programs? Is it going to be cross-border? If you were to be the president of a university, or if you were to start your own university, what would that look like? All right, please, if we can pass the microphone to the gentleman here.
Yes, thank you for interaction. I like to address actually a hybrid system based on the last couple of years. regarding the physical or virtual, or we can say offline education and also online education. Because what I felt in the practical professional learning, such as medical and engineering fields, that we have a lack of physical resources. We have a lack of interchanging between the innovations, which is called eye-to-eye contact between the learners and also students. And also, we found in some universities that the existence of the students inside group, the group encourages the students to check their capabilities, and you will discover some achievements maybe you will miss if you are standing alone in your home and the environment, because he is feeling that he is isolated. But once the students are in the class, so I think finally that the conclusive of the interchanging the skills and bilateral innovations we can create it by some data will be taken online, and for physical experiments and also laboratories and other skills can be achieved via physical attendance on offline education. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I want to hear maybe from somebody else. You know, with the evolution, we have someone? All right, let's please pass the microphone there.
Good evening, everyone. It's working? Good evening, everyone. My name is Nauman Mustafa. I am an English teacher and I have a master's degree in teaching. When it comes to the online learning and universities in the future, well, I think if we continue on this pace of progress, we're going to have completely online universities with decentralized, headquarters. So all people will be able to study whatever major they want. Assessments will be done online, formative assessments or summative assessments, different types of assessments. All majors will be available for everyone. Elderly, children, and even those who are interested in studying whatever major they want, they will have the opportunity to study while they are at home. Exams will be done, results will be given to students online. So I think the future will have a great progress and development in this regard. Especially when it comes to specific majors which overseas students are aspired to study. Thank you, Dr. Jafar. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you for that. We'll come back to the audience in a bit. We're going to go back to our panelists. Mohammed, I'd like to ask you, do you foresee that a student with the technology, with the adaptive technology that you have, can go through a specific program independently?
Of course. It depends on the course and it depends on the subject. So if you are talking about something like English, if I want to learn English or any other language, so big part of the English skills can be taught using adaptive. Will that alone be enough? Maybe not. This big part of it can be done online using adaptive.
All right. Dr. Mohammed, I believe, Dr. Mohammed Ali, part of your specialty is in psychology. Do you think that big part of the learning can be delivered online? What about assessment tools? I know you've advocated for that earlier. What's your perspective? I know it depends on the program, the specialty, but would you be in favor of that as well? Delivering content to allow people to have more flexibility, mobility to graduate with a degree.
I would, say if the pace of technology developments continues, as it did in the past, I think there will come a time we will see no more, traditional teaching anymore. So everything will go to more intelligent, smart, automated, adaptive, teaching and learning. Now, when that will happen, I believe, like I said, that will all be based on the readiness of governments, institutions, planning, strategic plannings, and real, execution of these plannings. So I am very passionate and very optimistic, from my, from my point of view, is that we will have, certain fields will be fully, basically, automated with intelligent and smart systems as, certain, like I said, certain fields, not all of them. There will be some challenges for certain fields that we cannot actually, do it fully online, like medicines, sports, nursing, etc. There will be some, need for physical presence in the future.
Thank you. Alexander, I
Thank
know
you.
I saw that you were eager to comment on this one as well. What's your perspective?
Thank you so much for such an interesting question. I guess we should think about the different stakeholders, because when there is not only students, there's parents, there's the government, there are the universities, and I think that we can have a really big vision. Maybe we envision everything being online, but then what do we do with all the buildings, the wonderful facilities that have been built in Saudi Arabia and beyond? So I guess we just need to understand what will be the best way for the society to move forward. And maybe the universities, as well as the method of teaching and learning, can evolve, into not only theoretical places, but places where the students can learn something, and maybe then they launch a project together or a startup together or do some biotech startup. And this can transition our thinking from just teaching the students something to actually building the unicorns and the prospective unicorns in the country. In order to do that, of course, both offline and online teaching methods can be used, but I would just encourage us to think how we can make the universities a launch pad for the new startups and new companies that can be started in the region, as well as that can take over the world.
Thank you. So, Dr. Akram, I'll change the question a little bit for you. So, do you think can there be a time when students, assuming there are no accreditation restrictions, can students come and sample courses from different programs and, let's say, graduate with a degree?
Yes, I think more than this, not only a short course, but I believe the education in the university will not be as important as now, but rather than the portfolio of the student. That means if they want to apply for a job, the company will ask them, where is your project? What did you do? Show me any project, show me any applications, any websites, any system that you did before. So they will not ask them about certificate, about degree. So this is the future. We need actually to understand the student needs and the way of thinking nowadays. Nowadays, student getting rid of outdated material. They want to see in the material 2023. 2 years ago, material is considered too old for them. So they want, beside that, they want to get the data at the fingerprint. They want to get the information very fast, cannot wait. They want to search for whatever they are looking for. They want to get it immediately. So at the same time, more learning opportunity and methods available, and they want to get from different resources. We should provide many options and techniques and tools to students because very easy nowadays can get all these resources from internet. And not to forget, the education should be based on personalized learning. So we should change the way of teaching from lecture-based, from memorization-based to knowledge-based and to innovative-based education. This means the education should be based on creativity, based on high technology, based on demand, and project-based learning.
Thank you for that. I want to see if any of the audience would like to comment on this. If a lot of this education become automated and students have the flexibility, the content is always being pushed by different content providers, maybe freelancers, but obviously verified accredited content, does the role of the university becomes more administrative than teaching? Does anybody want to comment on that?
Yes, good evening. Mazyad Al-Turkawi from the College of Architecture and Planning staff. Regarding the vision of the future of what universities ought to be, I'm a bit confused with my students who have rejected continuously the e-education or e-learning. The engineers will definitely have a problem because up to this point, the AI probably did not solve the issue of having the interactivity of we have to do a lot of drawing, we have to do a lot of communication with the mentors, and I think the platforms that are in existence are not up to par yet. In terms of technicality, I believe ministries, agencies that do license degrees and approve them have to really get out of the mentality of categorizing the e-learning to be of a second-class education. It is not. I have worked with my students very effectively during the pandemic, although we had some difficulties with some issues, but I found with just minor adjustments that we could probably reach where we ought to be. If you go to equalize a degree now in the ministry or some accreditation, definitely that is an issue and it has to be lifted. The perception of e-learning should not be just for urgency. It's not just when pandemics are in existence. We have e-learning, it flourishes. It becomes so synonymous that e-learning is a sick environment, and it's not. It's a very healthy environment if you use it effectively. I, as an engineer, away from the technology as such, have learned and picked up a lot during the pandemic to really see a great future. So I foresee the AI playing a big role, and I think Alexa is revolting now in the world, whereby a very portable, affordable, effective, efficient library is in existence with the coupling of that, along with the AI, I believe we can produce the right ecosystem to have e-learning just as effective as the physical presence.
Thank you for that. I want to summarize some key points you mentioned is maybe we need to prioritize the different type of education, and probably at the same time we need to maybe loosen or speed up the regulations around education to have that flexibility. We're going to wrap it up with our panelists. One different last question for each panelist. Starting with Muhammad next to me. Muhammad, we talked a lot about technology and e-learning. We've experienced some technical difficulty with our remote panelists. Everything we're discussing, what about improvisioned countries that don't have access to technology? What would Area 9 do differently? Because at the end of the day, you're a company, you want to make sure that you put your platform where it's going to perform best. So will you remember, what will you do to help improvisioned countries? And what are your thoughts around that?
That's a very good question, actually. So we try to keep things online on the cloud so we can update things quickly. However, we had a project with like a camp of refugees where we implemented part of the technology in premises, and they were using the adaptive capability in the local network. So maybe it's not the most advanced technology that they can use when it's online, but we were able to customize the platform and provide it in a local network to make sure they can get use of it. And we can think of the same with other places and with other countries when needed, because personalization must be available for everyone.
Very good. Thank you very much. Dr. Muhammad Ali, question for you. You know, we talked about different programs or specialties taking people, you know, in different direction, whether it can be completely online or not. If obviously online is happening, it's the future, there's going to be more technology. Will that make the physical programs where you have to be on a campus less attractive for students? Dr. Muhammad, we can't hear you. Just in case you're muted, if you can check your microphone.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, about the attractiveness of the online programs, I believe that will be based on our efforts in addressing the students' needs and wants. It's not about what we think is what students, which are the consumers and learners, actually wants and needs. The doctor, one of the attendees, I think, he did an excellent job in summarizing the issues surrounding, students' views of the online learning. COVID-19, it was just a wake-up call that we are not ready for online learning, basically. There were so many issues that were actually raised, including the, faculty members are not ready for the online learning. Students are not ready, parents are not ready, the infrastructure, universities, governments were not actually, I'm talking about generally speaking, were not ready for the online learning. Now, to make the online learning more attractive to students, then we have to work very hard. We have to make it so appealing to them, so close to their minds and hearts, to the point where they feel so comfortable learning through online system. I am, like I said, I am a passionate and also optimistic person. I believe in maybe within 10 years there will be actually a major change in the e-learning industry. There are a lot of investments, high level of investments. We're talking about billions of dollars right now in this industry. So once I believe, we reach to a point where collective work, from all sides, from the private sectors, government sectors, international wise also, I'm not talking about collaborations. I believe that there will be one day we will say, okay, students are more attractive to the online than the traditional teaching methods.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Akram, we're going to ask you a question quickly within 1 minute. If you can give us your final thoughts. Do you think that students who attend a physical campus will have a different or graduate with a different personal experience than those that do it completely online?
I believe yes. Definitely they will gain different experience with more flexibility, with more accessibility, with more options, with more opportunities. So I believe they will gain more knowledge than those attending physical classes. But at the same time, we need to advise the student to get more knowledge about technology so they can learn better, ability to use and interact with computer and robots, understanding machine-to-machine communication. At the same time, ability to work with data, analysis of data, visualization of data, statistical, and also technical know-how, interdisciplinary and technical know-how, as well as the personal skills, adaptability and ability to change, decision-making, and working with teams. So this is what we need to advise our student at this time. Definitely, the high techniques would play an important role in the new education ecosystem. We need to realize the future of education through the digital transformation, the rise of online academias. More people will be looking for online materials, a growing popularity of digital books. There will be no printed books in the future. More engagement and collaboration among students, among researchers, among students and lecturers, increasing of online training resources, increasing of professional certificate, and also we will find flexible and convenient learning technique, open source, cloud, easy to access, as well as not to forget the use of augmented reality and virtual reality. So the lifelong learning would play an important role in the new education.
Thank you, Dr. Akram.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Alexander, just final question for you. Do you think that with the advancement of technology, students can go to higher education learning or universities earlier?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the panel, dear gentlemen. I think yes. The only question arises is, what do employers think about that? Because usually the university should lead to further employment. And the question is whether the companies and whether the public sector is ready to kind of offer programs of internships or maybe some practical work or just job positions to those that will be younger. We already see that students can graduate school at the age of 15, 16. If they can get to university at the age of 16, great, but then that means that they will graduate much earlier than they did before. So if both the public and private sector employers are fine with that, there's policies as well as procedures put in place to make sure that they are well adapted to the workplace, that should be fine as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all our panelists today. Maybe we leave with more questions as well, but this is what the panel is about. This is, I think, what the conference is about. It's to give everybody the opportunity not only to envision, but hopefully to influence the future of education. Thank you.
Thank you all for being with us today and for sharing your diverse expertise on this panel. Dr. Samer and Mr. Muhammad, if you would kindly remain on stage, as we will be presenting you with a token of our appreciation offered by the University Vice President Dr. Maya Nabahin. تتفضلي دكتورة مشكورة. Thank you all, and thank you to our online panelists as well.
الحضور الكريم أرحب وإياكم. شكراً. الحضور الكريم أرحب وإياكم بسعادة وكيلة الجامعة السعودية الإلكترونية لشطر الطالبات الدكتورة مي بنت سالم النبهين لإلقاء كلمة الختام لليوم الثالث للملتقى.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. في ختام جلسات اليوم الثاني من ملتقى التوجهات العالمية في التعليم الإلكتروني، نشكر جميع المتحدثين والمشاركين معنا في هذا اليوم، والذي أثرى على مستقبل التعليم الهجين ورؤية التعلم في القرن ال21، وذكر أهم التحديات والفرص في التعليم الإلكتروني للعلوم والتكنولوجيا ومستقبل الحرم الجامعي الإلكتروني. وكما ختم اليوم بتوقيع 3 اتفاقيات مع سعادة رئيسة الجامعة الأستاذة الدكتورة ليلى بنت أحمد الصفدي مع OLC واتفاقية تيتكو وتيكت كاست. فنشكر جميع الحضور والمشاركين معنا في هذا اليوم، وإلى لقائنا غدا في جلسات اليوم الثالث مع نخبة من المتحدثين عالميا وأوراق علمية قيمة بإذن الله. At the end of the second day of our GTEL Global e-learning, I would like to thank all the speakers and the participants, and we would like to see you all tomorrow in the third day of our GTEL. Thank you so much.